Hello everybody and welcome at the 8th round of Prague International Chess Festival. We are about 10 minutes to start the round and we have a lot of guests in the playing venue and I will try to show and introduce them to you. So what is the current situation? I think for last 3 rounds nothing really much changed. In the Masters segment we do have Van Forest from Netherlands leading the tournament with a half a point ahead of local David Navara and Uzbekistan Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Then we do have in the challengers Finek, the local 16 years old, leading the competition with 1 point ahead. Of course we have the tournament of the challengers as well and we're gonna know more details about that. Now I'm gonna try to walk a little bit in the playing venue. So usually I'm on the other side of the venue where you can see that we have this kind of fence and the players are inside together with the journalists. We have special guests, arbiters, and on the other side we have parents, coaches and spectators. So I'm gonna try to ask some questions. Hello, if you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Randy Hurd.
And where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from America, but I moved to Prague about 4.5 months ago.
Oh wow, and you came here for the chess tournament. Who are you supporting?
Yeah, so obviously watching Hans Niemann has been so fun, but the local guy, David Navara, Grandmaster David Navara has been very fun to watch, and Gukesh, obviously, watching the world champ play has been fun too.
Are you playing yourself too?
I do play, but I'm like an intermediate, like 1200, so I play for fun.
Okay, and how do you like this tournament? There's so many people. Do you enjoy?
Yeah, no, it's been great. I've been here every day and watching chess. I've never lived close enough to a major chess tournament, so I'm taking all advantage of it. So. Yeah.
You're coming here every day. I think your rating will grow like 100 points.
No, maybe.
Yeah. To be in the presence of so many top grandmasters. Yeah. I wish that was an issue because I would have already like 3,000 rating point if that's the case. But it's not, sadly. So enjoy. Thank you. Let's go now to the other side of the venue and our videographer, camera guy Abel is doing a great job now to not hit anyone because he's walking backwards to make my walk more easier. You can see here a lot of people joining us and I'm gonna just maybe introduce them one by one. We also have here today some of the officials. I see that Ambassador of Croatia in Prague is here with us. I see also Milan Hovorka, former Czech ambassador to India and Croatia, here talking with the Petr Boleslav, the organizer of the tournament. We can just go a little bit forward. We have here very special guests, a lot of very special guests. Hello, Aloisa, if you can tell us a little bit about our special guest today.
Yeah, hello everyone. We have a distinguished guest today, Croatian ambassador to Czech Republic, also former ambassador of Czech Republic in Croatia and in India. So it's always nice to show them a little bit chess and they will be, I believe, also ambassadors of our game.
Thank you very much. I guess you are the one who invited them here, so Aloisa will be going to the playing venue.
Some chance to say hello to you.
Yes.
Hello. Good to see you and great video you made to promote the capital of Czech Republic. Thank you so much. And Liliana, Croatian ambassador, and me myself, we are so happy to be present today.
We are very happy to be here with you. We are very proud because one of the main men here at the tournament is our Croat. So, you know, if you have Croatia must be here, and that's why I am here with my colleague. So thank you very much for having us, and I wish all the best to all the people playing chess, because I am impressed. I'm not a chess player, unfortunately, but I think those who have a good mind and quick thinking are the Czech players. players. So all the best to all of them.
Yeah, thank you so much. What an honor. What an honor to have such a guest here with us. That's really nice. But that's not all. We also have the President of European Union, Zurab Azbari-Parashvili, with us. Hello, hello. You just arrived today, right?
Actually, I arrived yesterday, but visiting the room today because it was late yesterday. Yeah, okay.
So what can you say about the event?
Okay, what I can say, it's a beautiful, great. I mean, I see that special rule that features are coming in advance, 15 minutes before, and then of course all people arrive, and this atmosphere, it's a really beautiful and great atmosphere. That's why Prague International Chess Festival is always on the top.
Thank you so much. We're going to have some time to catch up with you. We can go forward. Let me check what is the time. 4 minutes before the start. And we have more special guests in the venue. We're going to have a person who will make the first ceremonial move, as I learned on the board of Vincent Keymer and Gukesh. And if I may introduce you, Matej Kanin.
Hello.
Is that?
Yes.
Kanik. Oh, Kanik.
That's my name.
Which, as I remember, it means king
In German, yes, it means king in German, yes.
That's very chessy last name.
That's true.
As I know, you are a sport influencer. If you can tell us a little bit more about yourself.
I do a lot of sports, a lot of kind of sports. I ran a marathon last year, for example. I did a half Ironman. I used to play tennis my whole life. I love skiing. I love all kind of sports, and I'm trying to make content about sports. So yes.
Oh, amazing. And have you ever done content of chess?
Not yet. This is the first time, but very special and very beautiful tournament. So I'm really excited that I can be here, and yeah, I'm really looking forward.
Well, if it's your first content that you're making, you chose the best one because you chose to make the move on the Gukesh board with what?
That's true, and I'm really curious how it's gonna look like. But yeah, as I said, I'm really excited and happy to be here.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you so much. It's quite crowded here. I see some of the players have already arrived. Shall we go a little bit on the other side so we're going to have a little bit of more space? One thing that I wanted to show you guys that we were often mentioning during our streams, what you can do to be part of the tournament besides watching the commentary. You can also vote for the best game. So this is very simple. You just need to Google the Prague Chess Festival website. This is how it looks. It is quite easy. You can see all the informations here in every group, the pairings, photos, even live. And here I want to show you this voting system. You can just click vote, and then in each round you can choose the best player in Masters, Challengers, and the Futures as well. You can see here we have already the results of the 6 rounds. Today they will award the best player of the round 7. I don't know who it will be. I have some guess that might be someone who won yesterday and we had only one decisive result. I don't know, that's my guess. We will see. We're 2 minutes away from the start, and I think we can just stay with the camera in the playing venue because it's really crowded, and myself together with Aloysia will join you from the studio commentary.
Dámy a pánové, dobré odpoledne. Vítám vás zde všechny na startu 8., tedy předposledního kola.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 8th round.
Je mi opět milou povinností udělit cenu za nejlepší partii 7. kola, o kterou jste hlasovali právě vy. A zároveň přivítám našeho milého hosta Matěje Koeniga, který je nejlepším českým sportovním influencerem, a ten dnes předá cenu a provede úvodní tah. A cena za nejlepší partii 7. kola jde Vincentu Keymerovi.
Welcome to the best Czech sport influencer and the venue. We will hand over the prize for the best game of the 7th round to Vincent Keymer.
děkuji a zároveň tě tedy poprosím, aby zahájil slavnostně dnešní kolo prvním tahem právě na šachovnici, kde hraje úřadující mistr světa Gukesh proti Keymerovi.
And Matej will also make the ceremonial first move at the board of world champion Gukesh Dommaraju. Thank you very much. You can start the round.
Hello everyone, welcome to the penultimate round of this beautiful event, Prague Chess Festival. We are following and witnessing one of the best tournaments in history in terms of competitive level. So many decisive games, players are fighting really hard. How strong is the tournament? Someone can make a funny remark that the world champion is actually the one being last, but of course Gukesh Dommaraju is bringing really additional value to this event. I advise you to check out his interview with our dear co-commentator Keti Tsatsalaishvili. So many nice actually details were revealed in that interview, so big kudos to Gukesh. I was mentioning this many times that he's really the one who is standing in front of the cameras, even being in a bad shape, actually apologizing to fans about his play and maybe that he cannot always fulfill all those wishes. Also, if you haven't checked yet, take a look of yesterday's super painful moment of Aravind versus Yakuboev. You see him on the camera. He was totally winning, made a big mistake, and in complete despair, sitting there for 15 minutes, realizing that his win has slipped away. So once again, greetings from Prague. Sunny Prague, I can say today. I'm Grandmaster Alojz Jankovic, and as always, Keti Tsatsalaishvili. Sometimes I, Keti, feel a little bit even bad because I'm presenting you while everyone knows you in chess society.
Oh, that's a very nice compliment. Thank you so much, Alojz. For the day we have here, it is true that one of the painful moments I have seen was Arvind's lost yesterday. We have seen a lot. throughout all these years, but somehow we could feel his heartbeat. Today is another day. We hope he has been recovered, although he's facing Jordan Van Forest, who clearly says that this is his good tournament, lucky we can call, as he did. But, well, in my opinion, to be lucky is another type of strength and is part of also the chess. It's not something bad to have. You need to have a luck
You
to
need
win
to
the
invite
tournament.
chess luck to come.
Yes.
That Kaisa comes.
When
to
now
you.
I was little, someone would say, "Oh, you are so lucky," means that, "Oh, you won a tournament, but you are lucky, not strong enough." But these days, I realize that if someone tells me you are so lucky, I would say thank you, because it is such a precious thing to be lucky in chess.
Yeah, Katie, sometimes I'm teaching my students, I'm saying them, if you play 5 precise moves, if you provoke some weaknesses, some pressure, put some pressure on your opponent, you might and probably get rewarded with a mistake of opponent, and you will get a comment, how lucky is he. Usually this comes as I said, reward of your brave play and precise play.
Endless try, and yeah, that's actually true. So this game is very interesting for us, as, of course, as Jordan Van Forest is having really good tournament. He's very close to get top 10, Aloysia, and this will be the first time that he might get to this standing. I just see right now he is winning in this tournament plus 15.8 rating points. At the moment, he's at 12th position. And, you know, 2 more rounds to go.
Yeah, I suggest that we check today's pairings and standings prior to this round, because we are actually coming to this zone of making some calculations. Who needs what to win the tournament. Jordan Van Forest enjoying slight advantage towards his opponents and players who are dreaming of conquering this throne. 5 points out of 7 games. That's a huge thing on this level, because average rating of this tournament is 2700. As mentioned, we expect more from Gukesh. Hans Niemann is also not having a great tournament, but he's playing super interesting chess. Aravind, last year winner. With a win yesterday, he would have made it to 4th place, which of course would be nice. You see, one mistake, one blunder completely changed in round robin your situation, now being 8th. Yeah, you can see pairings. Regarding clashes, I believe that we have quite a good matchups. And what to say, Gukesh Keymer would be expected as a first place.
I like board
fight.
2. Board 2, look at this. Navarra against Abdusattorov. These 2 players are now sharing 2nd and the 3rd places. Very important game for them going to the last round. And Aloysia, what we had recently was all the 3 leaders facing each other for last 3 rounds. Jordan Van Forest first took David Navarra, made a draw. Then next day he took Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, made a draw. And now Navarra and Abdusattorov facing each other. This board is something that I'm super excited to watch.
We can see playing hall. At the playing hall, we could also greet our European Chess Union president, Zurab Azmepashvili. He also entered the studio together with Petr Pisk. Somehow I'm trying to find a role for Petr. He said that he's responsible for futures. Futures were supported by European Chess Union program, but Petr is always around also for other stuff. Playing hall looks already crowded, and I believe that tomorrow we might expect even more media, because it's the last round.
The last round, we are starting earlier, and we are inviting all of you guys, if you're somewhere close, make sure you join us. This is a lifetime opportunity to see all these top players. We have current world champion Gukesh Dommaraju. Even though he has a tough tournament, he's still there for autographs and photos, and he's trying his best. On the background, you can see Hans Niemann, who also not having the best tournament, but he's also out there. We can see him walking. Vincent Keymer, entering to this tournament as world number 4, now as world number 5, because this guy here on the screen, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, is having a good tournament. I don't know, maybe because you played paddle with him and it boosts his energy, but he's now world number 4 by the rating.
Yeah, Abdusattorov is doing very good in this tournament, and as I mentioned, London Classic, fabulous win, Wykanzi, finally winning that tournament, so he's in a great shape, and of course I'm not surprised that he's sharing this second place, right?
Yeah, that's right. He's in a good form. He wants to. He's very ambitious. We say very often he's hungry. This tournament chess that he wants to beat the current world champion. He wants to take over everyone and win as much tournaments as possible.
Katie, so you were in the playing hall making this introduction video. We have now in our small studio, which will get packed a little bit later. Usually the program is after open tournament slowly starts to finish. People are coming to the studio, so we can greet our ambassadors, their excellencies, her excellency Ljiljana Pancirov, our ambassador, Croatian ambassador in Czechia or Czech Republic, also Milan Hovorka, Czech ambassador in India, in Croatia, yes.
Formal.
And a regular participant of my VIP chess tournaments. So everyone liked to see Milan there. Regarding this intro and playing, you got praise for your video from Milan.
Yes, that's true. Thank you very much. I got a little bit blushed because I didn't know you watched it, but that's so nice to know. And this is one of the very important things, that we have this tournament in the heart of Europe, the historical city, and the players have this opportunity to go out before the game or even after the game. I saw, in fact, Vincent Keymer, the best German player, walking after the lunch outside in the streets to boost his energy before the round, to calm the thoughts down. So this location gives all, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think that players cannot complain about the venue. That city is fabulous. Everyone likes Prague, and what we already have mentioned, that there is a huge heritage. Here you took this chance at the tour to check the venue of Chess Olympiad 31, if I'm not mistaken.
1931, yes.
Yeah, exactly, in the Prague city center. So there is a huge heritage here. So regarding the games, I think, and the openings, we cannot complain, since on board 1 we already have in Fun Forest versus Aravind, we have this Sicilian where Magnus Carlsen is a specialist, this structure of d-c6. Then we have martial attack in Gukesh versus Keymer. So Keymer is playing this stuff with, it's a little bit interesting. It's like martial attack compensation, but in a different way. Also Navarra versus Abdusattorov. This is known line. This A3 was played many times in recent games. And Jakuboyev versus Maxodlu. Okay, typical structure and Italian gioco piano game. Let's move to challengers. So let's see what do we have there. As we were mentioning, Czech players are doing great in this event. Nemec, Hrbek and Finek, they are performing way above expected result. Ufa is playing something which is not so common. Let's provide you the games. So Finek versus Ganguly. Okay, typical stuff. Finek likes to be safe, but he's also not hesitating to attack. Jufa versus Bere, this b3 move, it's a little bit, it's a sideline, but these days you can mix it. I love Divya versus Nemec. We can also go with the camera there, since Divya is playing this isolated pawn structure with the knight on e2, which is not so common.
Well, this board number 3, can be a fire of the round because Divya is a player who is quite sharp. She likes to complicate the position. She's also well prepared, as we can see. And Nemec, no matter how bad is his position, he can just pull it off and try his best to win the game. We remember starting from the first round, he was doing the magic on the board.
Yeah, he's still very young, 17 years old, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe Pisk and Boleslav can help me. Nemec is 17 years old? Is Nemec 17 years old? 2008. 17 years old. So, young enough to make huge steps in his improvement. Gledura versus Kerbek, a normal game, and let's go to Zhuzhiner versus Thomas Bertsen. Zhuzhiner is having a tough tournament. Maybe it's a moment that we provide standings to the viewers and today's pairings. So, Finek, a local player, is actually close to book his ticket at the next year's master section.
That's gonna be really exciting for the organizers and the local fans. But what about himself? He's only 16 years old. He's improving so fast. He's a little bit shy, but well, it doesn't really bother him to lead the tournament for already 3 rounds in a row.
He is shy, but he was quite open with an interview with you, Ketty, so it's probably because of you. Yeah. Somehow people tend to be very relaxed.
He promised me that he will come back at some point and also answers more questions, because this player is someone that we don't know as much as we know about Divya or as much as Zhuzhiner. Those are the players, the elite players that are already out there for years and years. Finek has been leading the tournament with a point ahead of everyone already for last few rounds. Daniel Jufa is a player who is actually doing his best to enjoy the tournament and show his off. Nemec, look at him, not giving up the top position now. He is at the 3rd position, sharing the 2nd place is Benjamin Gledura, very experienced player.
Okay, before digging into the games, maybe just a last greetings to our ambassadors. Once again, thanks for coming, and now you should be ambassadors also of our game, not just of our and your countries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having us. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, dear viewers, let's check our master section with the 1-by-1 game. So Rossolimo Sicilian, but in this combination of 4 knights, how it actually started to be played on this level is that on Rossolimo bishop b5 I was mentioning that e6 was the main line before g6, also d6, and then people were sort of mixing, like getting into this line, dc6, but then realized that by playing bishop g4 you need to get rid of this bishop, while in the line, for example, if I start here with after bishop b5, if I play a6, you take dc, I can go bishop g4, and after h3, bishop h5, g4, I can keep my bishop alive. And that's how those a6, knight f6 stuff came with the idea of not playing g6 and coming out with the bishop, but this can also come out via this move order, and then after knight c3 we have more or less similar or the same position. I was also telling you that I like to avoid main lines. Knight a5 was something I even played, knight d4, but I like for blitz game this Kazakhstan variation, where there is an IM from Kazakhstan who is playing this g5 all the time. And
he the opening was
yeah, and he even did some chords, and you know how it goes. Some person starts to do it, and he was not the one naming his line, but since he is the main advocate, people tend to call it.
No, that's a good strategy, guys. If you want to have your own course and the opening, just pick one good one, some sideline maybe, preferably, and then play a lot of good games, and that's it.
So bishop b5, queen c7. Now someone would expect that after bishop c6, queen c6 would be played, but the problem is, since after d4, cd4, sometimes, of course, e4 was hanging, but let's say that we have this structure. Then after black develops at some point, there are some bishop g5, and then knight d5 stuff, and it can be very unpleasant. So that's why dc6 was played here, and as I said, this allows bishop g4 to be played. Magnus Carlsen is he is the main, I would say, expert here, playing this setup either from Sicilian, where you have c6, c7, or from this Berlin exchange Spanish, where the pawns are c6 and c7, but more or less the structure is same. So here d4 was played, which is counterintuitive, since when you have two bishops, you expect your opponent, and double pawns, you expect your opponent to keep the position closed, especially when I got rid of this light square bishop, that I should keep my pawns on the light squares. So this is, you know, something where engines sort of break dogmas, and these days you cannot just put some kind of position in a box, in a bracket, and have this copy paste, since computers are treating positions sometimes in a unlogical way.
Yeah, well, it is such a great thing to have an engine, even at any level, to help to us, but always good to know how to use it properly, not to overuse it, and not to have too much of the influence of the computer.
So also what I want to emphasize is that to become a grandmaster, how actually we've made it, colleagues and me, the point is to collect and to find patterns, and knowing patterns allows you to decide when you want to be creative and break the patterns, break the principles, or when you want to stick to them. But problem with engine is that it's giving you the best move, but you're not creating patterns. So here pattern would be, I got rid of the light square bishop, then I should place my pawns on the light squares. And this is a pattern you develop, so you're playing a blitz game, you don't need to think, because pattern is created. If you play d4, you are not having a pattern, since you don't know what decides that now d4 is a good move, and you will get it in a different position, and you will play this d4, and you will not be able to realize that this d4 break is now not good. So it's very hard to create patterns, and as I said, being able to improve, you need to have them. So that's the king. And but then they say, but Magnus Carlsen or I don't know, Jordan van Foreest played d4 in this position. Yes, after he has made it to 2700 and created so many patterns that he can afford himself to break it, because this won't affect his understanding and his knowledge one time try. So this is the important thing. So maybe better to play some weaker moves, or not the best move, but at least you're creating patterns for your next play.
The tournaments like this, either that I'm commentating or just visiting and observing, makes me want to play chess as well, and to work and to have this kind of skills as the other players are having. Being so good at the openings is so important, and being so good at the calculation and end games. So I'm sure that a lot of people who are watching this would like to play more games. And you guys, if you're looking at tournaments here, we have also open tournaments. So it's not only the tournament for masters and the challengers or futures that you think that you don't fit in any of these categories, which most of us don't. I'm not, I don't mean you, Aloysi, but myself, I cannot fit in any of these categories. So there's a tournament as well that all of us can play, and this is the open tournament. It is for anyone, no rating barriers there. It is open for everyone, no age barrier as well. So if you're looking for the event, if this event makes you want to play more games, go ahead, take a look at more information of the event. You can just type in internet Prague Chess Festival, Prague International Chess Festival on social
Katia, I need
media.
to interrupt you. Knowing how popular you are, I'm afraid that if people start coming and you start to invite them more often, that the organizer will have a huge issue where to host the open tournament next year. So
maybe Gukesh will be free of the.
Don't push too hard, because I think that event is sort of getting to some maximum number of participants.
In fact, as you're mentioning now, the maximum number, we do have 444 players in this event, 444. This is the total number of the open tournament. And it's not on the classical chess, but our participants have enjoyed the Fischer Random tournament, Blitz tournament, Rapid tournaments. There was a event for solving the puzzles, let's say, or studies.
Solving tournament.
Yes, and a lot of fun stuff. And tomorrow we're going to have actually the final day, closing ceremony and after party, which is going to be also another cool event to attend.
Very nice. Let's just check other games. So here in Jordan Forest Army, Bishop G4 was played. In Abdusattorov, Navarra versus Abdusattorov, this popular line has been played. I was very impressed. And was it Khanty Masisk Olympiad? I think that was the case. Was it Khanty? Yeah, where Queen D2 was launched, Bishop on C1 by Dingler, and sometimes it feels like dinosaurs years when we mentioned Dingler, but he was playing top level chess a year ago. So unfortunately he's not around anymore.
Not anymore as
his
an
games
active
are
player,
still,
but he's a coach, and this is such a big thing that it is hard to give up your professional career, especially when you're a world champion, and to be a coach, because then you have to be behind the scenes. But I'm happy that he found his passion, and he probably enjoys that. But how it works with the chess, some players just like to take a break and then come back again. So I really hope that we're going to have Dingler back to the chess world, because he's a unique player, he's a very strong player, and he's one of these few players who had the record strike of how many days not losing the game, how many games that he didn't like.
Yeah, it was
hundreds of
it
games.
was hundreds, something like that. Or close.
Yes.
I think one UA had more than 100. Magnus was also there, so it was a huge thing. Okay, then people start to compare, for example, Misha Stahl, non-losing streak, which kind of opponents, how strong were the opponents. It's always tricky with records, since sometimes when you're playing on top level, even 10 games without losing, it's a huge thing.
So Dingler's record is 100 consecutive unbeaten games in a classical chess.
Then you have also Wang Yue, I think, something very huge. How about, can you show more?
And Michal Tal was
95. But they said that was quite a strong one. Not many like easy games.
MVL as well, right? No. He ended
No,
the
but
strike.
can you check Wang Yue? If I'm not mistaken, he was close to 100 as well, or around.
Wang
He's not playing for a long, Wang Yue.
Yu. I don't know how to spell.
Why
We'll
U
just do
E?
this
Yeah.
like this. Ah, okay.
What was the 85?
85.
Okay.
Oof.
But at that time, that was very, very high.
2008.
Yeah. This was one of the first.
What is your strike?
Mine. I won 11 games in a row, and I think that I won something like. Hang on. I think once I won games with the black pieces, so I lost few with the white, but I had also like 11 wins in a row with the black pieces. So for me, it's more about wins, not about holding. So I lose one with white, then I win 5 with black, then again, yeah. Because I was pushing. Niemann, David Anton, this is an interesting game, and it shows how tough this tournament is. Yesterday you played versus Vincent Keymer, and today with the black pieces, and today you're playing versus Hans Niemann with the black pieces. 2 blacks in a row in a situation after you lost a very tough game, the longest from the master section, only decisive one. It was super strong, and Katie, you made an interview with Vincent. I think it's a good moment to show this interview to the viewers, to be better informed and to understand David Anton's situation, psychological situation now, but also Vincent Keymer, who is boosted, I would say. Yeah, so Vincent Keymer's interview.
We have with us in the studio Grandmaster Vincent Keymer, who won his game against David Anton. Congratulations! That was really entertaining for us and for the viewers. But for you, how was the game?
Yeah, I felt it was a quite good game, and then in the end I made it far too exciting, so I would have loved it to be a bit more calmer, because I felt like my position should be clearly winning. I had more time, and then I gave him a few chances. Maybe it was lost all along, but still, far too close. And yeah, I mean, this opening we played, it's usually this line that neither side really wants to play, because from black side it's very, dangerous, and for white as well. So, but yeah, of course, starting with castle has some advantages for white. So sometimes people believe it's worth it to go for this. And yeah, of course, it's all engine based, and as usual, it shows zeros. But
Vincent, if I may ask you, which side would you still prefer to play this position? Only from white side, which you did today, or you can also give a try with the black pieces?
I mean, okay, I play Bernal from both sides. So yeah, I don't know. It's basically whichever side is better prepared usually has advantage. And yeah, I mean, I knew quite a few lines, but the problem is that there are so many move orders. Like in some move order, usually queen d6, queen e6, g5, h5, g4 happens. But like you can start queen d7, h5, you can go g5, bishop f6, g5, bishop d6. And even though I knew like the main position, I spent a lot of time trying to figure out the best way to get there, and also like which moves might be wrong. For example, here, like should I go 92 and allow this or not? That's a question for me. So I decided to not allow it. And interesting thing is that he actually said he had prepared king f7. I only knew long castle, which I guess is the main move. And yeah, I don't know. To me, king f7 felt a little weird, because I don't know, I didn't really see black's playing here, but anyway, it's usually the type of position that's so difficult to play that it's very easy to make quite mistakes from both sides. So I'm not sure about what any of us did here, but I think this was very strong. g3 followed by queen e7. I mean, basically what you can say is if I would get to play king f1, rook h3, queen moves, and king g2, I will have a fantastic position, because then I will only have to use the rook to block. Yeah. But in the game, he forced me to block with the queen, which is not so bad, because the queen has some active play, but still, yeah, now it got kind of difficult to break through. Like we have this position, And yeah, I don't know, it's difficult to do something. And the idea I wanted to get is to get my knight to d2, play b3, move the bishop, and get my knight to b1, c3, and that to put some pressure that way. So that was the idea which I was trying to get, but it's not so easy because whenever I'm getting close here, I'm running into b4. So yeah, rook d1, queen d6. At first I thought, okay, I have knight d2, but then I saw this c4. So then I thought, dc, b4, not so good. So I went here, realized after queen 6, okay, it was stupid to go here, let's go back. And then I realized I have actually knight d2, c4, e4, d4, and then e5. So that was the idea, to break through. And here I was started to feel that my position should be good. Before, I had the feeling that my position should be better because I didn't see an idea for black, but still it was hard to break through. But here then, I mean, could be winning, but at least it should be better for me. Yeah, after move 40, I mean, this position, there's some work to do, but it really should be winning. And then, yeah, everything felt more or less normal here. I mean, the funny thing is that he can never do this, because then I go knight d7, rook d5, and I get to trade these rooks. And okay, the king is, there's no entry square. So yeah, rook g8, rook e2. Yeah, I'm not sure I had to play bishop, then probably just bishop c5 directly is easier, because as we saw in the game, I thought it's like completely over. Okay, probably rook d2 is completely winning. I don't know, like rook d2 might have been easier, but I thought, okay, this is winning. And now suddenly after c6, there are lines to calculate. I mean, I still very much believe that there should be many ways winning here for white, because okay, it's a full piece after all. But also rook d2, maybe I should just take it and go for something like rook g2. But yeah, what I kind of missed is that, okay, actually, yeah, I can even win this rook, but now these pawns are, I mean, I can stop them, but it takes me a lot of time and material. So I will lose this one as well, and he'll get the bishop. And okay, again, I thought it might be a draw. And yeah, bishop d6 he can even take, and I don't know, it's getting difficult for me to stop those. So I saw that h3 and c5 was possible, but yeah, now, you know, also my time got very low, so I had to find some way. I decided for rook h2, I'm not sure about that. And yeah, this is very critical position, bishop d8. Of course, like the natural move would be to go knight d2 to stop that pawn, but then here, king e3, and I thought there's bishop g5. I mean, he can do this, but I was thinking that this should be lost for black. But again, no guarantee, it just was my feeling. But yeah, he had other ideas also, like going bishop g5, and then, I don't know, I have to evaluate such rook, and yes, my king is cut. And I don't know, I played like a few seconds on the clock, knight f5. The idea is that after rook f7, I always have king e4 and then d5. Yeah, rook g2. And again, I think d5, it looks very nice, but there's no reason to do it. I can just go king e4, knight e3, f4, and the bishop is completely cut out from the game. So that might have been easier, but yeah, I went here. And I guess this is winning, but you know, here I got a quick shock because there's bishop g1.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure whether I have some great move here. I mean, of course, I can take and go like this, but then we end up in this end game, which, I don't know, I guess with little time and my opponents are different, I should be able to win it, but I'm not sure actually how do I get out of the perpetual, because this way I cannot run, queen b4 is there, so I have to go. Yeah, I'm not sure whether this is winning actually, might be a draw. I don't know, like that's, I didn't even have the time to calculate this, so yeah, I just started going here, and he didn't play bishop g1 luckily for me, and then, you know, it was satisfying to, and maybe I should show one more line, like if I promote here, then he promotes to knight, that's very important, and that's actually working fine for him. So, yeah, I don't know, this was, you know, I was still a bit scared here, but then, yeah, I mean, of course here, okay, he took e8 knight, then, okay, it's quite easy, yeah, 2 pieces up is too much, but yeah, it was a crazy game, not great conversion by me, but you know, I managed to win that game, I'm happy, and yeah, now I'm hoping to continue playing better.
Yeah, you looked very happy when the game finished, we saw that on the cameras, and we all have this question, why knight, why not queen? Why didn't you promote the queen on e8?
Where? Oh, okay, yeah, good question, I don't know. You know, my feeling it was always that rook e2 wins the queen, but yeah, it doesn't. Okay. Yeah, I mean, okay, I'm gonna go make some puzzle rush maybe. Yeah, what can I say? Blunders happen. I was so happy, you know, to win the game with e8 knight, which, I mean, it does win the game, so it's more funny, but yeah, it's ridiculous. You know, probably the tribute you have to pay if you play so many long games.
Yeah, that was for content, right? For the fans.
I just didn't see E8 queen. Like otherwise, I would have played E8 queen. No, I mean it's a free queen. You can do it, but yeah, I don't know. Somehow in all lines it was never like a queen, and now suddenly it is because the bishop is not on the diagonal, which is very easy. But yeah, sometimes you have these blind spots.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much to find this moment and come to our studio to share your thoughts. You played really long games, so I will let you go and rest and prepare for your next game. Such a great joy to watch this game. So thank you very much and best of the luck for the remaining games.
Thank you.
And we are back, and Katie, it's so funny. When you said there was a discussion, why didn't you take the queen? And he said, well, then check the tablet and realizes it was the wrong position. In that position, bishop, black took on d6. That's why knight e3 is just covering this the pin, and actually this losing queen on e8 won't happen because of knight e3. And he got red or surprised, right?
Yes, I was thinking how to break this bad news to him because he was so chatty, he was so energetic, so happy that he played such a great game. And then
he said there was a skewer. Oh, but it's not losing a queen.
Yeah. We are so lucky that we have this player so honest to us.
Let me just show you once again that position. I think we can bring the analysis just briefly. So that was the position, and here Vincent, if you haven't seen it before or yet, so bishop d6, and now he went with the knight. So I thought that he's having some fun, as you said, as for the content, but it's really crazy because here just covers with the knight, and that goes over, and then he said, "Oops," and he got completely shocked, huh?
Yes.
So it was so funny.
I'm so happy that he did not really poker face us there and said like I calculated it was winning and it's check and it's faster, but he was very honest in the interview, and that was
usually
priceless.
You have like super subtle questions to chess grandmasters. So why this concept? Why this move? And this was so funny. One small question: why didn't you take out the queen? So you don't expect that this kind of thing can happen in an interview. So
we had a lot of love there. Yeah.
Once again, your interview versus Gukesh is really rocking. People are liking it a lot, Katie. So, and also we can admire his readiness to be so open.
I was surprised that he agreed for this interview, and once again we have to shout out whole team that we have behind the scenes. This system that we have is working like a clock, and we got Gukesh for the interview. Usually this is not happening, especially when a player has a bad tournament. We understand that the person don't want to talk, but there was the we can blame that in a positive way. Of course, the one of the key people behind the tournament, Petr Boleslav. Yeah, he was actually the one who got us Gukesh for the interview. And Aloysia, when I got this tag, so I couldn't believe, and I started to run from the first floor to the third floor, and I was just running. I don't wanted to just miss this opportunity. And when I sat down at the table, then I needed some time to catch my breath, because it was quite exciting.
Yeah,
moment.
but I just want to also point out that Katie, that players know you. With many of them, you have a really great relation. Also hanging on besides chess tournaments, right? And during chess tournaments in this off-game phase, so it's not surprising that they are also very open to you. Probably they wouldn't be to someone else, but yeah.
Well, with Gukesh, I don't know how if you know, guys, but we had this scary moment together. He was enjoying, I was not really enjoying, but we had a helicopter ride in Poland. He was visiting Ustroj Chess Festival, and one of the supporters of the tournament has a private helicopter, and Gukesh wanted to try. So we had about 40 minutes of ride around the city. We saw it from the top, and we went to the mountains, and it landed in the backyard of the hotel, where hundreds of kids and the people were waiting for Gukesh. And well, I have seen in many occasions, I have never seen him smiling so much. For that, so that's the moment we shared together, and I really appreciate. I think that was one of the best moments of my life as a chess person.
Also, in the interview, he revealed the situation with the glasses.
Yeah.
That he's not feeling so comfortable yet. I agree. For example, I'm wearing them only at the football stadium, or when I'm driving. I find it a little bit uncomfortable while playing chess. So it takes some time to get used to it. Jordan van Forest only wear them for 2 rounds,
2 or 3
maybe.
rounds. Yes,
Okay, let's bring the board. Let's check. What do we have? So e4 was the ceremonial move, which was taken back, but came again to the board. And here, so we have martial attack, a memorable game, Kramnik versus Petr Leko. I was telling this story, so I will repeat it once again. So there was a World Championship match in Bonn, and Petr Leko was leading that match. How he came to that victory? It was a martial attack. At that time you had Svidler, Barev, who else was working for Kramnik? Maybe Fressinet. He was a second at some point. And they were analyzing martial attack, since Kramnik also started to play e4, like Levon Aronian. These days he's playing more e4 than d4. And at that time engines could go to maybe depth of 23, 25. Sometimes it was not so simple to go to about 30. And they were checking so many lines. At some point Kramnik even said, I don't want to get any info about some new games because I cannot cover it.
Too much
yeah, before the match, because we have a hole here, we have an improvement there, we have an issue here, and you cannot
bad information.
Yeah, you cannot grasp it. But they were sort of preparing this martial attack, and Kramnik was going to the game, and Barev said, or who said at that time, there was this option that you push an A passer, black will attack you, but it's winning for white in this line. And the story goes that Kramnik left to the game, but he left through the elevator. And Barev suddenly got an info from the engine that, I don't know, depth 25, 26, that this position is actually lost for white. It completely turns the assessment after going to a higher depth, and he was running to say this to Kramnik, and the story goes that the elevator doors were starting to close, and he said, don't take the elevator doors closed. Kramnik went to the game. Leko was thinking. After 1 hour, took that sacrifice that night and delivered the checkmate. This is how he won that first round. So
that's like a Hollywood movie.
Yeah,
scene,
and I'm always joking. So if you're playing World Championship match, take stairs. Don't go by the elevator, because then sound can travel, and even like being on floor number 2, you might get info for a second. Don't take that pawn from 5th floor, you might get an info.
Oh, well, about this World Championship matches and so on, like we know in the history that some of the players were, I want to be polite to use all these words, so we know a lot of history, how the World Championships, how tense it was. But when it came to the match of Dingliran and Nepomniachtchi, it was in Kazakhstan. at some point, everybody in the tournament in Hall Hotel had an information in which room Ding Liren was having the studies, because he liked to open the door of his room and open the window, and he was just sitting there, so anyone could go to his floor and check him out, what he was doing, how he was preparing.
Cool.
Yes.
They're cool and funny. This
Yes.
is really
Even I still
unbelievable.
I couldn't believe it
This
that
is
I saw it,
unbelievable.
but once you cross by his room, the doors were always open.
So, once again, as I said, Petr Leko, he was an expert and still is in martial attack. Vincent Keymer, his student, of course, is following his footsteps. 25 years ago, maybe 30 years ago, Mickey was maybe the main advocate and the best player together with Levon Aronyan. So Vincent is now the one who is playing martial attack, and in that match, Kramnik versus Leko, Kramnik won his last game against Karakanov, Peter, and according to the rules of former times, if you equalize as the champion, you keep your throne. So he was few moves away from his title. So d5, as I was joking a few days ago, that Nigel Short in bullet, he plays this e4 stuff because there are so many people who are pre-moving after knight d, so they already play e d5 and then pre-move knight d5, expecting knight d5, knight d5, the main line, and the move order which just has happened. But after e4, which is a normal line, if you take e takes f3, it's possible to play it. It's not bad, so bad. It's dubious, but it's not losing by force. It's not refuted, and you might get this knight e5, this bullet pre-move. So you might try it as well yourself. So knight d5.
Can you please also tell us shortly what is this bullet pre-move? You mentioned this yesterday,
Yeah, so
but
playing bullet is playing chess on 1 minute. There are many players who like to practice this, and in bullet, it's on online chess is about announcing your next move, and when are things obvious. For example, let's say that you will go d4, knight f6, knight f3, g6, g4. Now you might expect that your opponent will go, I don't know, bishop g7, bishop g2, and so on, so that your opponent will for sure after I don't know, let's say this position, after bishop g2, that your opponent will go bishop g2, and you will go bishop g7. This is totally normal, and you might get this as a forced sequence, and you just pre-move your next move. You just play it, and then engine or computer immediately makes it on the board. But to save some time. But the problem is that sometimes it's not totally forced, and you might get tricks like this, and then you pre-move bishop g7, and you will drop your piece. So there are some players who are gambles, but here it's not about real gamble, as I said, because you have way out if your opponent don't play knight e5. Don't pre-move this, since it's a normal theory. Knight e5, knight e5, I was showing this. Marshall Capablanca, 1920, famous tournament in New York, 1927, if I'm not mistaken. So it went this way, and actually it's also a reasonable alternative, but c6 is the main move, and now d4 and d3 is something we see.
yeah, another thing that I have to just point it out, what I really love when I'm doing this commentary with you, is that you're mentioning these tournaments from like 90 something, and some people might say like, why? It's like 2000. With all these parties, we have here 10 players, right? All of them, I can guarantee they have studied the classics. And this, you are mentioning about the classics, right? That all the professional chess players are going through. and in fact memorizing even by the dates as well. So this is what makes them
We
professional
just had
players.
one of the representative of one of the sponsors checking hotels. So greetings to Mr. Jaroslav Svoboda. And regarding your question, Katie, people were actually mentioning how Magnus can name all those games, but it's also an important advantage of him, since by knowing, as I said, knowing those historical stuff, of course there were many weaknesses. I was deeply impressed by, I know, Ruben Fine book about the endgames, and then I started to check them with table bases, so many mistakes. But as I said, it's not about exact truth, it's about patterns. So you might find some patterns which will be useful for you. It's not playing chess is not scientific work. It is in some way, but you need to have practical play. You need to have something which will help you. There was a book of John Nunn, Practical Play, which helps you. There is also some chapter with the end games. So knowing all those patterns and those historical games, actually you are developing scenarios, and you know in that game white player won it because of that, and you start to avoid, or this is your goal, so you're setting up some concepts. So as I said, without history, of course you can play chess these days just following computers, but you will have an issue in equal positions and in dry positions or in complicated positions where if you don't have this broad knowledge, you won't be so effective.
Yeah, could not agree more. You guys, we have two boards on the screen. The small board right here is the live game, which is actually without the analysis, and big board right next to Aloysia is the board we're using for the analysis. So of course we're gonna make a lot of analysis on the board, and if you want to check the game, it's over here. The current position is quite crazy.
Yeah, I just want to mention that this A5 is not something you will see very often here. So this whole concept, so around here C6 D3, it's a bit strategy. Usually they play now bishop D6, white can move rook to E2 or to E1, and then black goes sometimes bishop F5, because now it's a little bit different comparing to the main line of martial attack, which goes this way, which was shown many times as a main line, and actually the one mostly players were playing, queen F1, queen H5, whatever. So here this A5 came as a new approach in this position. A3, maybe it can remind you to Niemann versus Keymer, since we had this pawn on A3 in that game. So rook E1, B4, this is super subtle, and it's not simple to explain it at all. So targeting this B2 came. D4 to the board, just to mention once again that Gukesh Dommaraju has many seconds, many supporters, Hare Krishna if I'm not mistaken, and one being in this hotel is Gajewski,
working for like last
Grzegorz, right?
years,
And he was the one who was playing those martial attack sacrifices, pawn sacrifices in different concept, and there is even a line of Gajewski, which actually shows his huge contribution to chess theory. So I believe that he has great knowledge of those setups, together with Petr Leko, who is Vincent Keymer's
now it somehow became not only game of the top players, but also their coaches and the seconds. On the one hand, we know Vincent Keymer is coached by Peter Lacko, and we have Gukesh and Gajewski, two great grandmasters.
Yeah, Peter Leko being higher class, but Gajewski, very known theoretician, fighter.
Oh, he's
profound.
so dedicated.
Yeah.
Wherever Gukesh goes, he's always there. You know what? I was looking at this line while you were telling us all this other variation, and I found the difference between d4 and other move, and suddenly I had this happiness in my brain that I want to share. So Gukesh played d4, which is nice move, but then the first move that I had in my mind, what happens if I take this knight? So after taking here, black takes a takes b2, bishop takes b2, bishop takes b2, and we have rook to b1, bishop goes back, and so on and so on. This is a position which is, I think, complicated. Black has pair of bishop advantage and has very active pieces. But what Gukesh did, he gave up the pawn. And if we come back here, after bishop accepts the challenge, now you takes takes on b2, bishop takes, and here this is a brilliant move, bishop h7, and you play d4 to open up your light square bishop. King takes and queen to c2, you are getting the dark square bishop. There's no advantage of the pair of bishop. You got the h7 pawn as well on the way, and here white feels much happier in this position rather than to compare.
So nice touch. So let's see, will this happen? So this can be, as I said, superb preparation of Gajewski, and I'm very curious to see who will be the one who will blink first. Jordan Van Forest, in the meantime, is heading towards the end game versus Aravind, but black is offering the queen exchange in better conditions after queen takes d6. Interesting concept. So what do you think? Will we see queen's exchange?
Well, you know, if you don't take this queen, bishop takes the knight is the next move, and you're kind of forced to take the queen anyway. So we can analyze first move, queen takes queen, pawn takes queen, and now to play something like either castle, or I also like move like bishop to e3, because you can always attack the pawn on a7, and you want to castle on the long side. So that's the position after bishop e3. That's the position when players have to decide if there's anything here for any of the side. I think it's quite normal position for both sides. I think it's equal.
So what's the alternative?
What is the alternative here?
Yeah, he can go maybe bishop f4, moving the queen. I don't know, somewhere, but don't know where. Wherever I go, maybe it's not so good.
Well, if you move the queen, you also have this e5 threat, so maybe it's not so bad to move the queen.
Somewhere. Okay. But here, after bishop g4, queen e5 had the idea of to avoid this exchange. Since after knight e5, black cannot ruin the structure. So I don't see a move actually, except taking on d6, which avoids bishop f3 ruining the structure.
I also like queen a5 move.
But let's go to Navarra versus Abdusattorov, since David seems to be launching the attack, or at least preparing to launch it. Crucial game for him. Probably the last one with the white pieces. So he probably needs to give it a try if he wants to win the tournament.
Yeah. So Navarra and Van Forest will have black pieces in the last round. Abdusattorov has another white together with Keymer. Is there any practical way here to launch the attack on the king side? Can we see move
Knight
like knight to
h7?
h7? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, let's take a
So knight h7, king takes h7, h5, but probably king, hang on. King King g8 and then f5. Is this a move? No.
You can play rook h8 maybe.
Oh, that's a tough move.
And king g7.
And a good one. This is the point.
I recently sacrificed a piece on h7 and my opponent did that. And you don't have much, you have to just accept 2 pawns for a piece.
So this is probably premature. F4 with the idea of h5 is probably too slow. So how do you...
How about knight e4? With idea of bishop to g5, knight f6.
Okay. Can be an option, but bishop e4 will be played. Now black will start doing something with c5, maybe even immediately. In Yakuboyev versus Maksudlu, this e6 g6 setup has been
With bishop
played.
f5,
Yeah.
wow.
That's a brave one. Okay, doesn't mean that you lose the bishop, so he can push the pawns.
But why black plays g6 and e6? Usually you play g6 to fianchetto the bishop, but in this case black wanted to develop the light square bishop. That's why it was played. Maybe you can show a little
Yeah,
bit.
so it was a Kero. When I'm advising total beginners or people who are starting to play chess, then I have my own system. For example, e5 is forbidden for my students. Also, e6 is forbidden. You can only play against e4. You can play c5 and c6. These are two moves.
e5 is also forbidden?
Which one?
e5.
e5 is totally forbidden. No. If you play e5, we are done.
Oh no!
We are done.
Oh
Good
no!
luck. Good luck with.
When I started to play, I was playing e4, e5.
Same here. And I think this is the toughest because white is always the one. So you go e5, knight f3, you need to defend. You go knight c6, he goes bishop b5, you need to defend. Or he goes d4, you are the one. Then after bishop c4, you want to develop. Always something is coming. And I think on a lower level, it's so tough to play this symmetrical stuff when your opponent has an extra tempo. So strongly forbidden. Also some openings. So usually c5 is allowed. c6 is the best for a newcomer in chess. Why? Because
Really?
so how c6 happened. So you play d5 or d5. So this is the box for which you are fighting. If you go d5, you learn that after queen d5,
No.
you need to come out with the queen.
That's
So
a big no-no for
yeah,
me.
so
I don't like
sometimes
e5.
someone smart came up with e6, then after ed, you're actually fighting for the box, but you don't need to take with the queen, and your bishop is coming out. But the problem is here, e5, and then for an amateur, it's very hard to play with this piece and special advantage. So someone smart came with c6, and then after d4, d5, and why am I saying this? Because you will get in 95% e d5. On a lower level, for sure, e takes d5. Why? Because when beginners see a chance to exchange, to take something, they take it. So you will see this for sure. ED, CD. And what happens, naturally you come out with your knight. With your knight, you come out with the bishop to open this bishop. And it goes by the flow so smoothly. Everything goes easy. And you have 10 games in a normal position. By the way, for simuls, people ask me, okay, I'm playing against Garry Kasparov in a simul, or Magnus and others during Grand Chess Tour. What do I do? They're complete like beginners. And then I have a system. I said, you need to have safe king, because they want to make it to 15th or 20th move, which sometimes is not an easy task. If you go e5, you will get crashed. So my advice for simul, you need to have a fianchetto.
Yeah.
And they don't know the notation, so I need to make a video for them. So I'm making a video, then I'm looking at it, then I take. So you need to have a fianchetto so that your king is safe. Then you have a chance. But how to come to fianchetto? Because if you go d6 or g6, they attack you. So you cannot get it into the fianchetto. They start playing f4, e5, and usually it's 15 moves maximum, maybe sometimes 12. So I have a system. You go d5. They take. Also, I actually invented this because there was one student who was at some European or World Championship under 10. She always got mated. And then her father or mother asked, how can she not get mated? And then I gave this system. You play d5, you take on d5, you go back, and you play knight f6, g6. And usually what happens in simuls, those guys play this. And I just told them, after knight g5, you can castle, but even e6. And this is what they get. And here, you can, for sure, 10 more moves you can play. And they are so happy. Then they are watching to the other boards, and they see massacre in 12 moves, and then they're watching. They're like smart.
Everybody wants to stay longer.
Of course,
at
for
the
them, it's
simul,
the most
yeah.
important thing in their life. And they are so proud. They're watching, like, king is safe. And then watching to the guy who is sweating and his king is like awfully weak. So this is the system.
This is the opening at the simul. If you want to.
If you want to stay more than 12 or 15 moves, this is the opening.
Wow, that's great.
Okay. And please, I'm waiting for your feedback after the simuls. How many moves you survived? But against me, I have a cure for that system, but I won't tell you.
As a true coach.
Yes, because I don't want to work half an hour more if I'm playing some simul, and then people from this broadcast come up with that.
Nice.
So, queen g3, bishop f3. Now, so he didn't take on g3.
He played queen to
Yeah,
g3.
because if you take, now this structure, I always love this structure.
It's good, yeah.
Yeah, because it's non-standard.
Nice
and
you have semi-open H file as well.
Usually, theory says, if you take towards the center instead of the side, it's not bad. So, whenever you're doubling your pawns, but you're taking the direction toward the central lines, it's always reasonable. So that's why, and what I'm doing here, I'm doing this twice. That's why this structure is very good. And so Parham, I was trying to explain this. So ED5 is something you will get on this lower level. And usually knight f6 goes with let's say bishop f5, I don't know, bishop g4, let's say. It goes with bishop e7. Why? Because when your opponent conquers this e5 square, then at least you can take it with a knight. While having a bishop on d6 is always annoying, because taking with a knight means that you will get forked. So knight f6 goes with bishop e7, but I'm suggesting always another concept, that you go with for example, I don't know, let's say some move, that you combine it with bishop d6, knight e7. This is more promising setup, and it's known for some other like stuff and line. This is very promising setup. You are ready to kick your opponent's knight with f6 when it lands on f6. On e5, you can go knight g6. From g6, you can launch the attack. You can go to knight e5. It's very promising setup. So I prefer even
I'm
this
gonna
one.
play this myself.
Yeah, so here, okay, this is super subtle, and this is completely improvisation at its best. I haven't seen this position. Usually Jobava likes to play, your compatriot likes to play this g6, e6 stuff. There is a line of Jobava line, which is +1 for white, but he's playing so happy, like no one has told him that this is +1 for white. Maybe he doesn't know, because Badur has his own way of building house. So knight f3, dc4, a4, bishop f5, e3, e6, bishop c4. I think, hang on, when knight h4, no, it's in e3 line. So here, knight f3, knight f6, e3, bishop f5, knight c3, e6, and now Jobava, after knight h4, play g6, and you would have expected, okay, this is one game wonder. And then you check his database, and you see that he has played 20 times this line, and his opponents, they know that this will be played, and still they're having +1. I don't know, after h3, I think he goes h5. They still
all
know
the pawns on the light squares, yeah?
And he plays this position and win. There was a fantastic game at the European Individual in Romania where he won with the black pieces, but I'm trying to guess his opponent. His opponent was a grandmaster, and he plays this line. So this is a really one more opening of Badur Jobava. So greetings to him. He always greets me on Croatian. Brate, kako si? So this is typical. He's a very nice guy.
He's a very nice
my
guy.
Actually, my generation, 83. One more player who was 2700 plus, born in 83.
Yeah, we're really missing Jobava and his creativity at a very high level.
He
but
won
he's still
against
playing.
Magnus Carlsen, famous Nimzo-Indian with f4 at the Khanty-Mansiysk Olympiad.
Let's take an overall look to all the 5 games before we take a break and check it out how the games are progressing. Maybe we can predict the outcome of the day.
My favorite thing.
Your favorite thing. So we were looking at Van Forest against Aravin. Looks that they have to still hit up the position. Gukesh and Keymer, we have already fun here in this position. Very complicated. Navara is trying to figure it out how to attack to Abdusattorov on the king side. Then Yakubov and Maxotlu also needs a little bit heat up in this position, but I like to see this c4 instead of c3, so we might have some fireworks there too. And the final one, Niemann against Dertonton. This looks like a freestyle chess at this moment, but very complicated position, and for sure we're gonna have a lot of fireworks there too. I like this round. I don't see any boring game yet. I see a lot of fun ahead of us. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm actually just checking this Gukesh versus Keymer. We have this bishop h7 stuff, the things you've mentioned. It's so cool. Although I'm afraid that that line might steer to a draw or only slight plus, that it won't be a huge firework. Other games are totally unclear. There will be a lot of chances for both sides. By the way, it's funny how these days it's super common to call chess 960 freestyle. Everyone is saying freestyle, but you know I'm a big fan of Bobby Fischer. So from time to time I will name it as a Fischer chess. So
Fisher random.
Fisher random as well.
The good thing is that no matter what you say, everyone understands what you're talking about. It is basically extraordinary chess, complicated chess with a lot of new ideas. That's true. So just to start off the round 8, you guys, we're going to have final 2 rounds in this tournament, and tomorrow already we will crown the new champion of Prague International Chess Festival. We're just starting today, and the game of Gukesh and Keymer goes all the way to the craziness, but we have already analyzed that one. It's not something that we need to stay here. So we're going to take our first break. You guys can see the video that we prepared for you, and you can just check it out, what you can see in Prague, in the city, if you visit this tournament. Here we are in the heart of Prague, Old Town, the place where you can visit while you're here for the Prague Chess Festival. This city is one of the beautiful cities in Europe and also historical place. Today I'm joined by Thomas, who will show us around. Thomas, please tell us where we are and what is this place?
As you can see around, this is the main square. It's called Old Town Square, and we have oldest astronomical clock in the world. It's 600 years old, and it counts time the old way. So you count time only from morning to evening. That's a little bit difficult, so that's why a lot of people want to know the reason for that. And as you can see, it also has a few statues on it, and they make interesting show every hour.
And here we are at the location where the first unofficial chess Olympiad happened in 1931. Thomas, could you please tell us a little bit about the building, the history, and what is happening today?
The building was always used as a place for culture, so it was natural they made this chess championship. As you can see, now they have a premiere of some new series. It's used as a ballroom, they have cinema, they have cafes, so it's been always a place for culture in Prague.
For the Prague Chess Festival, it is so important to have Gukesh Dommaraju as a current world champion coming at the tournament and playing it, because it has been 95 years when actually Prague has been visited by the current world champion, and that was Alehin at the time in 1931 during the first Olympiad.
Yes. It's interesting to be in this place, to see it after 95 years. It's still the same, actually. So the tradition is still here. And the building looks the same.
And here we are at the location where the first unofficial chess Olympiad has happened in 1931, and this is the building. So here we are in the old town, and we have this market. Is this market every day or some certain days during the week?
This is interesting. It's everyday market. Now it's only for souvenirs, but it has 800 years tradition. So always here was a market where people were buying food, drinks, fruits. Now it's mainly for tourism, but as you can see, still it works.
During the chess tournaments, we usually don't have that much of time to see the sightseeing. We have like few hours, maybe one day when we have rest. How compact is the city? If they have only few hours, can they just move around?
It's possible. It's possible. Mainly the old town. It's highly walkable. You can walk the whole old town within like 20 minutes. That's the highlight. And then we have all this bridge, Charles. So basically you cross it to the other side. There's Prague Castle. That's the biggest castle on the planet. And later on, you can go this way. That's Wenceslas Square, the biggest square. And the hotel, it's to the right. That's the area where, by the way, there are cemeteries. One of the people buried there is Franz Kafka.
This is such a beautiful place, and we also have a lovely weather to enjoy walking. Can you please tell us what we have here?
So this is Charles Bridge. It's one of oldest preserved bridges in Europe. It's 700 years old. And if you look to the right on the top of the hill, we have Prague Castle. That's the biggest castle on the planet. It has a cathedral and all of the palaces which served for the king originally. And this is our river, Vltava. It goes to North Sea.
So here's Charles Bridge, or Carl's Bridge as locals would call, and this is quite unusual start of the bridge, right? We have this huge building. What is it?
It's actually a gate to the city. The whole city where we are now had a wall and 15 gigantic gates like this one. Most of them were demolished, and one stayed here. It was used to declare things, you know, pay customs. So basically it was the entering gate to the city. Usually the bridge is full of tourists.
Yes.
I was here, usually when I guide around Christmas, that's the sort of peak of the tourist season. It's so crowded, it looks like rush hour at a train station in the morning.
Wow.
There will be 7 other people here.
This is a location that I had no idea it was in Prague. I thought it was somewhere else, but thanks to you, we know now it is in Prague. And basically this is the shortest street, and to cross it you need to look at the traffic light and follow the green light, which I'm gonna do it. It is really small. And this is our final destination. We have to end this tour with local food that locals love to eat and tourists love to eat. Thomas, we came here in this area and we need your help to tell us what is local, what people likes to eat.
So as you can see, the most common here is the sausage. You have all variations. And then some types of meat, usually fried or roasted. So you can see Czech people are actually meat lovers. That's a common thing.
And potatoes. I see a lot of potatoes.
It's potatoes with a little bit of onions and some vegetables on it.
Nice.
And maybe we can see on some other, it's a famous dish. It's potato gnocchi with sheep cheese and bacon. We call it halušky.
We have also touched the point of beer, because this is so iconic, the Czech beer. And besides that, what is other drink that is popular here?
Really popular during winter times when it's cold. As you can see here, it's hot wine. Different types of wine with different flavors. They add some spices, sugar. You can see like a cherry honey wine or blueberry honey wine. They have also non-alcoholic versions, so everybody can drink that. And if we go a little bit further, you can see some new additions to Czech food, like this one.
I really like it. It's sweet.
It's chimney cake. Originally, it was sold plain, but now they're adding different toppings to it. It has cinnamon, almonds, vanilla, so it's
Ice cream.
yeah, ice cream inside.
Yeah, I really love this one. This is everything you can see while you're visiting Prague Chess Festival. Hopefully we're gonna see you here. And Thomas, could you please tell us some Czech words to finalize this video?
So in Czech, I would say thank you for watching us, takže děkujeme, že jste se na vás dívali a doufáme, že se vám Praha bude líbit. So we hope that you would enjoy the city.
Thank you. Welcome back. This is round 8 at Prague International Chess Festival. In the studio, Grandmaster Alexia Jankovic and myself, woman Grandmaster Kedi Tazalashvili, will be here whole day to see all the actions on the board. Tomorrow, the round will start early, so you guys make sure you join us as well, because we're gonna crown the new champion of the this year's edition. While we were on the break, we don't have much of the updates, right? This is a moment when players are taking some time. Which is the game you want to jump in?
Yes and no, Katie. Since in game Gukesh versus Keymer, you mentioned this combination of d4 to once again to point out that it was important to open the bishop, and that was probably from Gajewski lab. So nice touch after bishop d4. Yesterday in your interview with Gukesh, he said, unfortunately this tournament nothing goes my way. But he needs those kind of games, that he's ahead on clock, that there is some opening prep, and that he can impose some pressure. As I said, in top level chess, sometimes you are lucky with your opponent's choices, and sometimes you have 4 out of 5 nice prep weapons, and your opponents are playing that 5th one where you are not so comfortable. And sometimes everything goes your way. So c5 was played, which is not an easy move. Let's try to dig a bit. What's the point after queen d5? Is white coming with something super subtle? I don't get it. So rook e5 is doubling the rook, and maybe some rook g5 coming. Maybe there is some storm. So that's why c5
I like rook e5, rook g5
was played, and now knight c4, bishop a6. It's a plus for white, and Gukesh has plenty of time to dig into details.
Will he go knight e3 with idea knight f5, or what's the reaction now?
Knight e3, completely reasonable move. Knight e5 drops the pawn, so I don't believe this is the main thing here. It's possible, however. Bishop e3 has just been played to give us an answer. Open position, but king safety must be the...
King safety, and white has a plan, right? To play knight f5, to play rook e3, rook g3, somewhere h4, h5. I love this queen to be on b2, pointing g7 weakness there. You can also just step on the side to aim on h7 as well. So this is quite nice position from black side. If black managed to start to roll the pawns on the queen side, something like c4, c3 right away, this can give really good hopes for black to win the game. But those pawns are stopped right now, right? If you push c4, you lose the pawn on b4. So it's going to take a lot of time from black to guard first the pawn, like let's say rook to b8. If you do something like that, and knight f5 comes, attacks on g7, you have to somehow react. There's knight e7 as well there. Oof, I don't know. It's calm position, but more you dive into all these weaknesses in the black side, maybe you will like white's position more.
How about queen g5? What's wrong with that?
I like this move to control f5 square.
But maybe it's not about temporary activity of white. Maybe long term white has just more chances that this setup is very prominent. And as you said, we're gonna see will black be able to
What I also like is this move somewhere to play a3 to also break down this pawn chain and bring the rook from the
but
a-file.
I think we should also mention one small detail, that white is a pawn up.
And very beautiful pawn.
Yeah, so being a pawn up actually takes the ball into black's court, since black is the one who needs to prove his compensation. So white can also just stabilize for a while and then start rolling his pawns and use them.
And Vincent goes for bishop to d3
Okay.
with the same idea to avoid knight f5. I like this move because you kind of have a hole on the king side and now you are getting this bishop on the other side of the board.
Correct. So is rook c1 now the move? Rook d1. Or you're not moving this rook, since knight is on e3, maybe you need to move this rook. So maybe something like that. Usually they say the stronger player is he's more skillful in placing his rooks, because for rooks you need to have this vision what will happen in distant future, and there are some players with natural talent for that. So we're gonna see now. I believe that Gukesh will take some time. He's not in a hurry. 16 moves towards the time control. Slight plus. Okay, close even to a pleasant one. But Ketty, speaking about his best results and his shape, these are the situation we were expecting at first rounds. He was twice white in first two rounds, and these kind of things you expect, but it's not easy to achieve it on top level chess, that you are almost an hour ahead, you are having small advantage, and you will be far away from time trouble. This is how you would
shows
expect.
a good, good
war champion.
preparation. But Gukesh had several times something very similar. Good time, showing it is his home preparation, very good position, and then something changing. For instance, against Abdusattorov, we had this scenario, right? I wanted to just move around a little bit. How serious is this position for white? And I found a really nice idea with the help of the engine. Maybe we can show this. How we can engage all these pieces. So something like queen to d2 now to attack the bishop. Bishop goes on g6.
c4 is not possible, so bishop goes to g6.
And you push d6.
Okay.
Point being that you are freeing the square on d5 and then on e7 for the knight. Let's say queen goes on g5 to stop knight d5 happening. Now you have this funny move, h4. You're giving up the pawn, which is extra, but I love this move because of this idea. Knight 8 d5. Let's say rook to d8 to move this rook away. Yeah, that's exactly where we are going. After rook to d8, we play knight to e7 check, and after king to h8, h7, you have this beautiful move rook to e3 with idea to go rook h3, and yes, you gave up this pawn, but you also have the access now to the open file.
Cool. I like it a lot. Actually, this concept with knight on e7 and king on h7 or h8, but on h7 they call this Anastasian mate, and it's a cool one. Okay, thanks for that, Ketty. We will see, since now Gukesh will, as I said, take some time to grasp the logics and details. I believe that this position favors him. It's concrete, and he has this ability to calculate along lines. As you mentioned here, there are a lot of possibilities.
This game is so funny because the queens are chasing each other, right?
Yeah, exactly. So
every
around
moment we
here,
go back, there is a queen trade.
So queen e5, I offer you queen g3, queen went to f3, let's exchange the queens somehow, and queen b3. But it's not so simple to play this way, so big kudos to both sides. It's a challenge. It's a challenge to understand the pawn structure here. And as I said, big kudos to both players. It looks dry, it looks symmetrical, it is, but it's also quite
complicated. Navarra has played this knight e4. Your move, Kathy, with the idea of playing something with knight f6. Just one question after bishop take f4. Is rook f4 a move? Maybe not.
Bishop rook h4? Or?
I was thinking, is that a move? Probably it's not good enough. I don't know, something like that, and then castling and trying to deliver a checkmate. So here after bishop h4,
you can start
with g3
castle.
or castle maybe. Yeah. Maybe black can take. I was thinking about even g3.
Well, it's so demanding to take this pawn on h4, right? Maybe there's nothing straight away, but for the long run, you just let this rook from h1 to get really busy in the game, right? And be open and to attack on h7.
Let's check Yakuboev versus Parham. c5 has been played. Black is hoping to play e5. Break at some point, but also g5, bishop g6 might happen. This is quite a complicated position, although someone would have expected that for those moves like bishop e2, bishop e3, rook e1, and maybe c5, that you won't spend almost an hour. We haven't touched Niemann versus David Anton, as we were saying this often. Hans Niemann has a huge crowd of supporters and fans, and today he is maneuvering, but black seems to be doing very well.
I have a very cool game to suggest, but this is in the challengers. Maybe we can take a look at that.
Okay.
The game between Zhujiner and Thomas Bertson. Black made this b5 move, pawn sacrifice, pawn from b7 went to b5. Quite unusual, to be honest. I have not seen this kind of sacrifice. And I was wondering why I just cannot take the pawn on d4, because it's hanging, right? In the current position.
Yeah, probably here cd. I was thinking cd.
First e3. First E3.
I was thinking about this, but what am I missing?
g5?
G5 is coming. Maybe queen h5 or something, but so what's the case here?
So rook to c8 was played, right?
Okay.
And white played a3, waiting move. And I was like, why b5? Why black did not take on d4, right? So after that, white goes with e3. And when knight moves away, then you take the pawn on d5. And that's quite nice, pawn on d5, right? So black being so sneaky, first goes b5 there. And if you take that pawn on b5, then knight takes on d4. And now after e3, there is no pawn on d4 hanging. Pawn on b5 is hanging, and everything is hanging in this position. And I think rook c1 actually just wins the game on a spot because of knight e2 fork. And yeah, it seems like funny
what
idea.
A move.
Yeah,
b5.
I love b5.
Very nice touch by Bertson. And now Zhujiner is thinking, but we don't have them at the board. Let's check other games. Benjamin Gledura has placed his rook on c4, which looks strange, but maybe it's fine enough. Nothing will be happening here. Divya is playing this isolated pawn versus Nemets, and it's not so clear, but what's more interesting to me is Finek versus Ganguly. Since Finek is leading, and is he ready to take on h6?
We are ready.
We are.
We are ready.
We are ready, that's true. That's true. Was that an idea?
Well, there's this king g7 rook h8 idea again that might ruin the plan of white's sacrifice.
So can I get an improved version?
Something
Probably.
like queen.
Hang on, this is the position. I can postpone it for a moment with some queen d3 or something.
And after knight c4,
Maybe now to take.
now take.
But knight b2 is maybe an issue. Maybe. Or knight e5 first.
Yeah, that is fine.
So I need to prolong it then again, which might be too much.
Yeah, this knight on b3 is just misplaced, right? Better to be on e2, more flexible from that side, to go on the king side.
True.
Oh, talking about that, maybe we are...
Also possible is Ketty to go, for example, queen d3, you go knight c4, I go bishop c3.
Knight g5 was also there.
Oh. That's an interesting moment. Let's go full screen. Let's check, will Finek be able to sack in this position?
Finek is very impressive, only 16 years old, showing his resistance in this tournament. We might see him going to the Masters next year, and that's gonna be extra treat for the local fans and the organizers to have another Czech person fighting for the best in the master segment. And you know what? He's so confident in himself, right? He's very confident for his age.
He's thinking and hesitating, which is logical. I would say that he will play this queen d3, bishop c3, or queen d3, knight g5, something from that arsenal. And Ketty, I have one conclusion.
Yeah.
That probably he won't sacrifice. You know why?
Yeah. Why?
Do you know?
No.
Parham is not there. So,
Alert.
Yeah. If Parham would be watching that game closely from the first row, then bishop h6 for sure.
You know,
what
I
can
was
happen.
thinking what kind of music would fit that moment when Parham is getting on this board. You know this Pink Pantera?
Pink?
You don't know.
No.
That's the music I always put
Really?
when I see Parham. Yeah, that's actually iconic music when something shady, interesting is happening. I'd go with that. You guys let us know in the comment section which music would you choose, and if you think that Pink Panther music fits the moment. And if you don't know what we're talking about, then Parham Aksaroglu has been always at the games where something interesting is happening. He likes to appear at that board to take a look what is happening.
Yeah. We will see what will happen. Bishop h6 is very tempting, but it seems that it's not working, and knight c4 is coming. So, as I said, queen on b3 is probably misplaced, and queen d3 has just been played. This is an understandable move for me. And after after knight c4, probably bishop c3, and then with the idea maybe to postpone this sacrifice on h6, playing some knight d2, knight e4 stuff. But I wouldn't be so worried with the black pieces, but there is a potential with the white pieces.
Yeah. A lot of ideas. This game has potential to become very interesting. Do we have anything else, or should we go back to the Masters?
Yeah, let's go back to Masters. Let's see our top games. So there we have.
Yeah, the leader Van Forest facing Aravin. Finally, we can congratulate to ourselves. They have traded the queens. So now they will find out another idea in here. And in this game, Gukesh versus Keymer, there is this possibility of a queen sacrifice, and I really want to know what is your opinion. So this has happened, right? Rook to a3 to guard the rook. White can play rook to c1 to attack the pawn.
Okay.
Queen goes on d6. And now, is it enough to take this rook on a3 and then take the bishop on d3?
From my experience, I would say no, that black cannot be worse here, but as I said, I'm always the one who is happy with the piece. I'm not the one who is rooting for pawns.
You
So
know
I think that queen is strong enough to hold this, but
you know what is the main thing here in this position? Black might struggle to hold the pawn on a3. So if white gets two passed pawns on d file and a file, maybe that's something.
we have in our studio, we have Sasikiran. What do you think? Is it enough for black to hold this?
Well, still feels a little bit difficult, yeah. I mean, white has many ideas, and black needs some kind of urgent counterplay. I don't know, f5, something to play very quickly, yeah.
Yeah. As I said, from my feeling, it should be enough, but execution and holding is another story. But yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
And it's not simple to go for it also with white, because you can also play a normal way in this position, where we are here. Yeah, there are a lot of potential in other ways. So
Yeah,
not-
d6 actually.
yeah, you're
very
not
nice
forced to go there, so it's not so simple not to play this position being a pawn up. Okay, now he played d6.
move. Now he's sacrificing, but this is very sneaky move, because if you take
Knight f.
queen d6, they're nice for pin,
Yeah.
and you win the exchange.
Yeah, and to go for that position without a queen, and you can play this position, I would rather stick to this. Because
Makes
this is
sense.
not simple for black at all.
I like d6.
Yeah.
Somehow this square d6 was for the queen to blockade the pawn and all the white's pieces.
Let's
I
say
like it.
that position was some opening outcome, then it's fine maybe for white. But here I think this is very unpleasant for black, also being low on clock maybe.
Yeah,
this-
not your first
Yeah,
choice,
this
yeah?
is practically, this is not an easy position for black at all. My point is
23
that the engine
minutes.
here says is 0.4, but it's not easy to keep this engine bar closer to the equalization.
And what about the time? It is move 26. Vincent just made a move, and they have to make 14 more moves. In Vincent having 24 minutes, do you think in this position some heavy time pressure for him?
I think it's the issue is not about reaching 40th move, but an issue that you might think for 5-10 minutes for some move which you cannot afford any longer. It's harmony is not
Wait,
an
Parham is there. Look.
yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Harmony is not so natural. Okay, but white also needs to come up with something. I'm more like speaking philosophically, than throwing the analysis. White has like more natural harmony, but also it's very concrete. Will white keep his pressure?
Do you know this?
Of course.
Yeah,
Pink
you know
Panther,
this music? Like
Yeah,
this most
yeah,
iconic
yeah.
music when he's
Yes.
stealing the pink diamond?
Yes,
This
of
music is something that whenever every time I see Parham it comes to my head.
course. So he is the messenger, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what white plays here? Hang on, let me think. So possible options are to open the king, rook c1. What else? Always sacrificing the queen, but now it's maybe different.
Take an e3 and queen.
Yeah. Black will counter, do a counter sacrifice.
Shall we?
So let's say that I open the king, so rook e3. This is some kind of threat at the moment. So white needs to come up with something.
He
queen
sacrificed the queen.
Okay, okay. Yeah, but now it's even more concrete because pawn is on d7 or d6. Again, I have a feeling it's holdable, but
No, the pawn on d6, it's already not holdable.
Not home.
It's probably leaning forward, yeah.
it should be winning, huh?
Wow.
Okay, we will see.
Wow, that makes such a big difference, right? In the previous line, we had queen on d6 and black was holding it. But here, yeah, it limits queen. And queen is the worst blocker, right?
Okay, c pawn is some kind of asset, but how to make it work? So rook c1 or rook d1 next move. If I go rook e4,
With idea rook d4 there,
yeah,
that's nice.
at least something. But also there will be tactics with knight f5, rook c8 later. So if I go rook e4, probably rook c1 is enough. Yeah, maybe drastic measure, something with f5. But then d7. Rook f8. No, f5 is probably just a bad move. I don't know how to play now. Is c4 necessary to get the rook? Yeah, but now the pawn goes to d7. Okay, so let's start with queen d7. So rook c1 or rook d1 or knight c4.
We can try both of them. Let's just try one by one maybe.
Okay, let's say rook c1. Okay. Okay, my rook is now free to queen f6.
Queen f6.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, the fact that Vincent played so fast on this move means that he was considering queen sacrifice for some time. Perhaps. Can we have a full screen of the video?
Parham is always there
Look at
when
you.
things are serious.
Just checking he's checking the score sheets, yeah, to see how they got this position.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
Synchronizing.
Parham
yeah,
would be a very good team captain. You know,
Yeah,
some
yeah,
Olympiad or something behind his players,
yeah.
putting pressure.
putting pressure. I'm sure. I see him in this role actually.
Yeah. So let's get back to the position. So after queen f6, so he wants to go to b2 if you go rook c1. So rook d1, let's say. And then
He wants to go rook d8, yeah, and then somehow give the rook for this pawn, and then try to take on e2, and somehow survive this position.
Queen b2.
so this is the plan.
Can I go rook d2 95? Yeah. No. There's this move knight f5, knight e7, knight c6, yeah?
Which one?
Something to
d2?
get knight on c6, yeah.
Okay, but this game is this setup is actually the most logical to block with the rook and to try playing around with the queen. Rook d1. Rook d8, most likely. Okay, he can also maybe start. Vincent is always having non-standard positions.
Yeah, I agree.
He's ready to accept the most principal position, even it's totally unclear. Actually, yesterday in his interview, which we could see today, he mentioned that his yesterday's opening choice is something what people don't prefer to play.
Yeah, so what he mentioned is that this is the opening that no one wants to play, and which makes a lot of sense, right? It's quite an unstandard position. Someone sacrifices a piece, and you have this pawn chain and so on. And then I asked, after playing this already with white pieces, which side would you choose? Is it still pick the same white side, or you will choose now the other side? He mentioned that he plays this anyway with the black pieces, but not the... I would probably have not played it before.
So rook d8 or immediately queen b2 or pushing or coming with the king, or I don't know.
Goes queen to b2.
Okay. Normal way.
I like this moment of silence that we have. We're just waiting for an
Yeah,
action.
it's so tense. Okay, rook d2 or d7. By the way, in Navarra versus Abdusattorov, there were a lot of events at the moment we left. So 94, king f1, and 2 pawns down for black, but a huge activity.
You're getting 1 pawn back if you now trade the queens.
Yeah, but somehow
But you're still
not
down
trading
1
the
pawn.
queens seems to be a more natural way.
Can also go queen to d5, maybe, to hit both pawns. Queen d4 is also there.
Queen f4, queen d4. He's also checking if he exchanged the queens.
But with rook d8 and rook on the second rank.
Or rook b8 later with some a5. So probably he can even, and then bishop goes to d4. He can even play that. Probably this is a draw. And he's thinking either to go for it or not.
And what he's going... Oh, no, he's not playing. He has plenty of time to figure it out. Another very interesting position, Niemann against David Anton. That's also quite complicated. You can take a look at that.
Typical position where it seems that black is fine, but also white is fine. And maybe white is a little bit more fine. But also it looks like black has arranged his pieces in a normal way. So why engine thinks that white is better here, there is some reason. King safety probably.
King safety, some holes also on black side, like f5 hole, c5 hole.
But as I said, it looks to me that black in some kind of King's Indian, Rui Lopez way, didn't do anything wrong. Shouldn't be bad. Hang on. Shouldn't be bad. But there is a reason why this is better for white, slightly better for white. As I said, I don't get it.
He might plan to play knight e6, knight d4 to centralize the knight.
In King's Indian you get even worse versions. Abdusattorov not interested in exchanging the queens, so queen d4 has been played, targeting both pawns. Now white needs to surrender one of those.
In fact, if here white plays this move b4, which guards the weakness on c5, that's a blunder. Can we show this on the board? After b4, rook goes on d8, attacking the bishop, and if you move the bishop, then I have queen a1, check.
So king e2, but this, or king e1, but this is not something you want to do. So, just to recheck other games. So in Jordan Faforest versus Aravind, it's normal game, slightly better for white. Here Gukesh is pressing a bit. Navarra versus Abdusattorov. Abdusattorov in a comfortable situation. That still might be in a drawing margin. Here, far away. And this one looks normal.
Yeah, well, as the positions are heating up right now and the time is getting low on the clock, we are lucky to have with us Grandmaster Sasi Kurian, and he can just join us, our commentary, and give his insights of the game. So we're gonna take a short technical break and come back in a few seconds.
So, as announced, Krishnan Sasikiran is back with us.
Nice
By
to be back.
By
Thank
the
you.
way, how was your game today?
I think my opponent blundered very quickly, and then he lost. I think the game lasted probably 16 or 17 moves. Yeah.
I saw it briefly. I was in the playing hall. Your queen was on g3. That was Sicilian. You were white.
Yes. I think this was not supposed to be possible. I mean, he probably
Let's
missed his
just
queen g3.
let's
a quick
just
check, yeah?
show it to the viewers so you can tell the moves. We can have a bigger board.
Yeah. So e4 c5, knight f3 d6, d4 cd4, knight d4, knight f6, knight c3, a6, bishop g5.
You were playing against
I was playing against Richard Stalmach.
Stalmach, who was leading some part of the tournament, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
e6, f4, h6, bishop h4, queen b6, all standard theory.
This is quite a topical line, right?
Yeah, a3, and knight c6,
Just to show to the viewer that
knight a4.
yes, this drops the queen. Damen Fang, how they say in German. So after a3,
knight c6,
yep,
bishop f2, queen c7. Yeah, here I think most of the players prefer the maneuver with queen f3 and long castle, yeah, and it's typical stuff here. And today I thought maybe I'll play a slow game, and then I want to play some kind of scavenging kind of structure. So I started bishop e2, just a very normal move, let's say, just on bishop e7 and queen d3. The point of bishop e2 is at some point my queen will just run to g3, and then there is no knight h5, yeah. It's just controlling knight h5 at some point, yeah. So yeah, here I thought bishop d7 was probably the more natural move, and then I went a few moves along, and then it was just a game. I mean, not any special advantage for white, but it's a very long game to play on and so on. But here my opponent took on d4, which actually surprised me, because after bishop takes d4, I thought it was slightly getting worse, because now my queen is coming to g3, and maybe I can even go long castle, and then there's threats of e5. And here he played e5 himself, and after f e5, d5, queen g3. I don't know what he missed here. I mean, just
standard
stuff. Yeah, I mean, also it was very strange that he played this with almost 5 minutes extra on his clock, 1.35.
Oh.
I mean, I could not understand, because you know, you feel that okay, maybe the guy has prepared something, but then after like 15 minutes of thinking, I could not find what was supposed to be. After queen g3, I felt it's completely gone. Yeah, I mean, g7 is hanging, e5 is hanging, and then and here my opponent thought for an hour, but I think probably there is already no salvation. And here he played queen d8, and bishop takes e5, and now knight takes e4 is another blunder probably, but
So
I don't know.
castled,
Castle
probably.
knight d5, yeah, simply just everything is collapsing, simply.
So
And no, I think it's just simply gone. Yeah, I mean, I have short castle, and probably my rook is coming to d1 just to pawn up, and also g7 is hanging. I think this is just probably lost. But okay, knight e4, bishop h4, knight d6 check. He resigned. The point is quite simple here. Just after king f8, white just goes short castle.
Oh.
And then after bishop g3, rook takes f7, just wins on the spot. Yeah, rook g7, and then king f8, rook f1 check, would just wins. Yeah.
That was nice, and just to show, after king e7, bishop is hanging, so he must go to.
He must go to d7, and
yes,
if not,
so
no, yeah, probably, yeah. And if he goes to d7, I can simply play long castle now. And then bishop g3, knight takes b7.
Or maybe b7, yeah.
Yeah, just wins a piece, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just.
Okay.
Yeah, just lucky, yeah.
Okay, it's not only a luck. Sometimes, as I said, you're choosing moves which actually doesn't suit your opponent, and yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, so that's why you are in a good mood now to calculate a bit.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's do it together. Let's discuss the games we have regarding Gukesh versus Keymer.
I was not sure that I would want to play the pawn on h3. I would prefer a move like g3, in fact, because it feels more natural. I don't know. It's somehow to avoid this idea later on with f5. But okay, h3. It's hard to say. Yeah, maybe he felt that this light squares, maybe the queen will drop on f3 at some point. Yeah. So here. So what's
so if we push d7, c4 is coming, right?
Yeah, probably. No, d7 I really don't know. I mean, I would prefer something like
To
so
place the
let's
knight on
say
c4, some rook c something, rook c1, knight c4.
So now, yeah, no, probably now if I start with rook d5, can you go queen b2?
You can. And how about the rook c4? So this is what I was saying, and then placing the knight here. And this rook c1 maybe. I don't know which rook. Let's say rook c1. So how is black reacting when knight goes to c4 and covers everything? So
yeah, once you put the knight on c4, I probably play something like queen to b4, protecting everything. Yeah, and then try. I'm not sure I want to bring my king, but maybe if somehow just try f6 and king f7 slowly to. I mean, when the knight is on c4, I need to play queen to b4. Yeah, and try to disrupt the coordination somehow.
yeah, because it's not about placing your pieces only in right squares. You need to prepare something for future. Of course, after knight c4, black maybe has a deal setup, but that's a statical one. You need also some way to make a breakthrough. It will be very interesting now. What?
No, it's clear that Vincent is under a lot of pressure because for Gukesh it's almost practically risk-free, and Vincent needs to find the right setup with less time on the clock.
Yeah, and it's not fully obvious. It's not one-way street in defending. So
yeah.
sometimes you need to push f5. Sometimes you need to activate your rook. Sometimes king. To annoy with queen, maybe also to stay put for a while. Okay, now I think that Gukesh will spend some time. How about Navarra versus Abdusattorov? Non-standard position, and of course with opposite cards, bishop and heavy pieces on the board, there is a chance to create some mess.
He's
targeting bishop d1 when bishop moved queen a1, as we were mentioning.
Can I just go c7? He wants to go what?
c7 is a cool move because your point is if takes, then rook e2 wins. King e2 wins because there is no way to stop the promotion. So after c7 he needs to go rook c8, yeah, or rook c8 probably.
Yeah, but then now he's just taking e5 and c7. Yeah, probably there's no way White is able to defend this pawn, and then he continues to play for a while because the pawn on h4 is a little bit weak, and maybe he can target these pawns. So it's a fighting game. Yeah, it's not so easy for David to. But I think probably he needs to, because now the bishop is hanging, and then if I move the bishop, probably queen a1 check is just winning on the spot. Yeah. So,
but is it anything dangerous for White? Let's say c7, you go rook c8, also g3 or bishop f3 first. No, I need to play g3 maybe first. Okay, let's say g3. Will you play queen d5 or not? Will you disturb me a bit more or?
Okay, probably. Yeah, but I think maybe just.
Let's say that you take, I don't know, some bishop f3 or king g2. I don't know what's the more.
Yeah, probably.
Let's start with king.
Bishop f3 looks like a normal move.
Okay, rook c7. Is it anything special here?
Okay, it's also it's a very similar position, but I mean, white needs to find a little bit of accurate moves to make a draw probably, and whereas black is continue to press, maybe a little bit somehow try to put the bishop on d4 and then target f2. It's probably the only weakness in the position. And also the problem is white is not able to move the queenside pawns, yeah. So it's it should be draw, but it's still unpleasant, yeah, somehow.
There are a lot of ideas for black.
Yeah.
And now you have a lot of ways to be close to equal, but probably nowhere totally equal.
Yeah,
So he's thinking what's the best route. This might be a position which doesn't suit David so much, but he's also able to calculate a lot. So we will see. Will he find?
Is there a way I can just somehow play bishop f3, but it's not coming. Yeah? Queen a1 checking e2, queen takes h1. It's probably just winning, yeah. Queen e d5 check as well.
Yeah,
no,
this is
just collapse, yeah, simply. So I can go. So basically, I'm forced to play c7, yeah.
Yeah. Is there any other move? Yeah, I don't see it. No.
No. Yeah.
So c7, rook c8.
Is there any way to get out somehow? I don't know. Rook h3 is a move here, probably.
Rook
rook c7, rook d3.
Rook d3. Yeah, this is queen e5. This it sounds to me like a
yeah, but it has still h4 is hanging, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, some queen e5, right? Or
yeah, maybe not rook d3.
Just to show to the viewers that this is the point. Yeah, so
now queen d3, maybe. I don't know. It's very hard to defend this kind of position. It's quite tough. Queen e5, I believe.
I don't know. It looks to me that this g3.
Yeah, it's
probably a little bit more easier.
It's very unpleasant, yeah.
Yeah. So I would expect that this g3 happens. Is there any other way to regroup?
No, I don't think so.
Probably
probably
it's
not,
necessary, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe even, I don't know, after g3, queen e5, can I go something like queen e2, somehow try to change queens? But maybe not, yeah. Probably I also go queen c3. It's quite unpleasant, yeah. Just try
queen
to take
f3.
this. Queen f3, yeah, and maybe it's okay. Yeah, probably. Rook c7?
Yeah,
King g2, yeah?
Yeah. Still.
Yeah, bishop bishop f6, yeah. Bishop f6 and bishop d4 maybe, yeah. Some little bit of unpleasant still. Yeah.
Okay, by the way, Gukesh has played rook c1, so he's heading towards this knight c4.
Yep.
Okay, how about
f6, yeah, probably. I like a little bit f6.
Queen. Okay, hang on. This is the position, queen c6.
I went for queen c6 already, yeah. And if knight c4?
Don't know really. f6 maybe. Then?
That's actually the reason I wanted to play g3 and in that position, but still maybe it's not so simple. Maybe he'll probably, if I play rook c3, he'll still go queen e4. So so if knight c4, then probably f6, let's say. I don't know. Here, any ideas? No, maybe now I go rook d3 and take rook
c3 or rook d3.
Rook d3, yeah, rook d3 and take the pawn on a3. So this is probably not right. F6 is not right, yeah. So probably I need some trick
to move the rook.
Queen e4, I believe, yeah. Is it okay to go queen e4? Because I was thinking if I go take on a3, queen f4.
Knight c4 back.
Rook takes d6.
That's a nice one. G3, you take on, no, you take on D2. This is a draw.
What?
You take queen D2, right?
No, I can just go back queen h6, yeah, also.
Yeah, queen h6 also good enough.
Yeah, yeah. So, no, not sure. Yeah, but
just to
it's,
show, so how
yeah.
it went. You played here knight e3,
Knight takes
queen
queen
f4, knight c4, rook d6 was a nice touch. And this one is hanging. And this,
Yeah,
after
this-
g3, queen d2 probably is enough for a draw, but also queen s6, as you mentioned, even better move. So, queens, so rook d3, no, he's still
So after
taking-
queen e4, he probably needs another move, yeah? I'm not sure. Maybe can I go? Yeah, well, yeah. At this point, I kind of realized maybe g3 was a better option, stopping all this queen f4 ideas. Yeah, somehow
yeah, because
I feel
here
that
after rook c1 there is rook d6, rook c3 there is rook d6 as well, right?
yeah.
So everything now
Oh,
works.
now it's just
yeah. So
yeah, but queen e4 was probably required. Yeah, there is no other way because I can't allow rook c3 and yeah, and take on a3 somehow. Yeah, maybe.
but okay, but what's the threat if I go g3 now? Not
Probably,
much has happened. Yeah, let's say
Probably
G.
f5. Yeah, now I'm ready for f4 and counterplay. Yeah, I think here already the king is too open. Yeah, somehow just yeah, he needs this queen e4 probably.
So after queen c6, this queen e4 is coming. But what to do? Knight c4 is the only logical way.
Yeah, yeah, probably he can hold this position. Yeah, after queen e4. Not very obvious, but he might just hold this.
By the way, David made this g3, and we have this.
Mm,
Yeah,
yeah,
it looks
yeah.
to me the
Yeah,
most
it's
logical
probably
way.
most.
Okay,
But it'll be a long game. Yeah, I'm sure it's still a tough defense for white. Yeah,
here in Jordan Favre.
probably.
Yeah, it's but
Probably.
okay.
I don't know. I mean, it's probably a draw, but somehow I feel that the black king on e7 is a little bit better off. Yeah, I mean, just in case. I mean, okay, probably white is going to come with king f1, king e2, and it's probably should be dead equal. But if it's black to move now, maybe I can play knight c5. Yeah, and I don't know. put
Transfer the
on
knight
e6.
to e6.
Yeah.
By the way, Aravind again got Philidor style position. the
what
and
did
it
they
came
start
from
with?
it was Sicilian. It was Sicilian, but he's getting you. I would like bet on it that it was Philidor or something with DE, and take a look. It was Sicilian.
Of course, this line. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
And then he got this. It can be also Greenfeld, anti-Greenfeld, and other stuff.
Yeah.
Regarding this game, Hans Niemann versus David Anton, I can imagine you playing with the black pieces this position, right?
Not really. I mean, it's very difficult for me to somehow. I mean, unless I know for sure that this can be held. Yeah. I mean, this the weakness in the pawn structures is something I prefer to avoid. Yeah. I mean, especially the square on f5. Somehow it feels very uncomfortable. I mean, just and I need to have a concrete plan. For instance, now black is somehow staying in this position, but I would prefer to change the rook on d6. It's a very pesky piece.
Yeah, we're gonna see what will happen here, but as I said, black had some trumps, but king safety.
So you think he can probably go rook black to move, is it?
White to move.
White to move. Yeah, okay. Yeah. If black to move, probably he has. He probably has rook b1. Yeah.
And then
And
undermining
then-
this one.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. But it's not entirely clear. Yeah, is it? Yeah, probably not. Yeah.
Okay, but what's white doing now? Taking on f4. This knight on d3.
I don't know.
Is on
I
the
like
way.
I like a move like, say, if I can manage without any trouble, something like h4. Yeah, somehow to try to weaken the position of the kings. Yeah, just if it works. Yeah, but I still need to be a little bit extra careful. Probably can we make this move on the board, whether just to see whether this works.
Okay, it's not bad. It's a practical chance. By the way, Keymer has just played queen e4
Yeah.
according to the conclusion,
Yeah.
and here h4 is, of course.
And I was thinking maybe rook b1, just to find this. Maybe now just takes, and if queen c7, maybe I have something here. Yeah.
Maybe. No,
here
this one is.
queen c7. What was the trick here? Probably just rook d b6 simply. Quite simple trick.
And then rook b7,
Rook
knight
b7 and
f5.
knight yeah. So maybe I cannot go rook b1 at this point. So after h4, what's black going to do? Queen c7. Can I go immediately?
Yeah.
But I probably still quite okay. Let's say I take on f4. You probably take with gf4, yeah. Because I feel after ef4, knight f5 is probably good for white. I believe maybe just take gf4.
Some e5 or something.
Yeah,
would
no,
happen.
this looks bad. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is terrible. Of course. Just. Yeah, gf4, and here I was thinking, yeah, probably somehow this is okay. And
Looks scary that white king should be safer with, I don't know, knight f5 stuff, but always this. Okay, so what's going on after knight f5? After rook d7, you move the king, or? So what's the
takes,
and
probably
rook b
queen c8.
I was thinking is rook b1. No, is it
Rook b1, just rook d7 checkpoint.
move the king? Sorry, yeah, I cannot take it. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so
queen c8, I believe. Yeah.
queen c8, and now rook f6, stuff, nothing.
Probably not. Yeah.
Takes probably, or
Yeah, just takes, and rook king goes back. Yeah.
and not enough.
Yeah.
Looks a bit scary, but it's probably just nothing. Okay.
Yeah, but it's. I mean, to find, of course, yeah.
I don't queen
probably,
d3.
the Hans is having more time. Yes, so
Yeah.
it's some small.
This looks
this is
unpleasant.
very, very tough position, of course, but maybe he can hold this somehow. Yeah, now it's
Queen. This looks
queen
to me
d3,
like
yeah, white has many practical choices here, probably.
this really looks unpleasant. King
Yeah.
h2 when happens, and this.
But also, you could also. Can you play something like rook e6 at this point, or not? Or was it too much?
Also is possible.
And then try to improve the queen somehow. Yeah.
somehow. Okay.
Yeah.
So we will follow this one, and we haven't touched this one. Okay, this is a classical.
Of course, when you have a Parham, you can always expect a fighting struggle. Yeah.
But I like the way how he
Is
is
this
arranged.
Karakon, yeah?
Yeah, but how he arranged his pieces. This looks probably the best way, huh? Everything is on the right place. Yeah.
Just starting to wonder.
So he wants to push something.
Yeah, probably.
Or to move the king first.
Yeah, but the knight on a4, for some reasons, I don't like the knight on a4. Just it needs to come back quickly, maybe, but...
to d3 or where?
Probably if I can bring it to d3, it would be nice. Just... but I think after knight b2, he probably goes e5, yeah? I mean, just creating maximum play somehow. Can I somehow try to hold that position? Just let's say after knight b2, he's just going e5. Yeah. No,
okay, black is on the move. Yeah. Let's say that.
Black is on the move as well. Yeah. So it's not an easy position after all. Actually, I mean, I would want to do something like f6 and e5 and somehow press, but maybe it's I can probably stop f5. F5 also f5. F5 I don't like for some reason. Maybe just something like knight e5. Yeah, a little bit. Maybe just give this knight e5. Do you have something here probably? Knight takes e5. Yeah,
or then maybe f4 even just, probably.
Yeah, probably knight e5 and maybe d4.
Should take on e8. Bishop e8. There is some tactics or not?
No, there's too much tactics. Bishop e8 and d4. Yeah, it's just too much tactics. Yeah, here. I mean, and it's all in black's favor.
Maybe no need even. Maybe just bishop e5 and
bishop
this
e5,
looks total domination.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, this looks.
Or even maybe we take with the queen.
But this looks scary.
Yeah, no. Maybe,
why not?
Yeah, no,
this everything will happen here and now.
Too many good
pieces.
Yeah.
So
no, f5. Yeah, probably. F5,
I'm thinking about this is typical, but that when he goes to f4, then it's
f5. Can I go knight c3, or is it just too much? Queen a5. Yeah, probably. Also, it's very difficult for white to play this kind of position.
I was thinking some stuff here, but okay, there is no tactics yet.
Yeah, but queen a5 is probably almost like
queen a5. I was thinking
permanent advantage. Probably just
improving black's structure basically.
Yeah,
queen a5 probably just improves the structure, but maybe or to take first even. Who knows?
Yeah. Or can I go f4 at this point? f4, bishop d2, and probably knight d4, sacrificing exchange. Maybe not. Takes. Maybe this is too much.
On. And I don't know, stuff like bishop h5.
No, e4 is probably. So knight d4 does not work. Yeah, so probably because I take on e8. Yeah.
Okay, so what's the move here?
Probably. So maybe just a bit. Maybe I can wait with f4. Yeah. Probably I don't need to do it immediately.
But here there is a move. So let's find it. Okay. So.
Worst case, you can just play rook f8.
Yeah, maybe move the rook. Yeah, this is what
just extremely pleasant for black. Yeah, I mean just play rook f8 and it's completely normal position.
It's minus serious minus 1.6 for black.
Okay,
so it's
I mean, I'm saying it's in the worst case. I mean, if none of the exchange sacrifices work.
No, I think this improves a little bit because without f5, of course, it's a bit.
Yeah.
Okay, he went for bishop h5.
Also nice move, yeah. I mean, he wants to put pressure on this pawn on d4, and he hopes that white will expand at some point with g4 and probably weaken the king some more. I mean, I just don't like this knight on a4. You feel that this one piece stands bad, the whole game is really bad. Yeah.
Let's learn something, Sasi. Let's tell to the viewers a little bit. So what do you think where he went wrong? So let's try to find a moment. Okay, sort of normal. Maybe already this is an improved because bishop should be here, right?
No, I like the bishop on g7 unless you can manage white managed to put the bishop on f4 and this diagonal h2 f4 diagonal. Basically, black is having all the comfortable play. You have knight e4 and somehow just a very easy play, yeah. And here already some problems started to appear, yeah. I mean, you need to I see that he wants to create some play, but maybe here rook c1 probably just some knight c3 and e5 already, yeah, some huge problems. Yeah, maybe what I should
maybe c5 is already not the best.
Yeah,
hang on. Maybe he must play some isolated stuff or to wait a bit.
Maybe just knight c3, start with knight c3.
So maybe c5 doesn't fit into this position.
Yeah, maybe start with knight c3 here, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He castles.
No, castle, maybe I can always take on d5 and say that, okay, maybe there's nothing in the position, and then, okay, probably just
slightly worse or equal, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
slightly worse.
I mean,
so dc4?
c4, knight c3, dc4, I actually, dc4, maybe I'm quite okay. Maybe now I have some tricks, yeah, d5 and so on, yeah. Knight b4.
Knight b4, probably.
But maybe I have queen a4 check, is it?
Yeah, this is bad. Knight b4 is bad. So I know that engine will take on d5 for sure.
Yeah,
And move the king or something like that. I don't know. No, unfortunately
no,
here not.
no.
So which is the move? Long castle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Simple move. Yeah, long castle. Yeah, we want to play against isolated pawn, but he has something else in mind. Yeah. Okay. But actually, it's a good move probably, and for human, I mean, it's not only for engine. Yeah. So probably this c5 was.
Yeah, c5 was too much, I think. And then
okay, so he need to take on c4, and we are into this position, which should be holdable.
Yeah, I think it should be fine. I think. It's not so. Okay, I mean, let's say I put some pieces, let's say just bishop d3, rook to c1, and somehow it should be fine, I believe, at some point, yeah. I mean, I still like black's position a little bit. I mean, if I cannot get some g4, maybe I'm not winning a piece. Maybe after castles, can I go g4 winning a piece, or it's just too much?
Okay, take with the knight.
Yeah, it starts to a bit messy. Then probably takes and just bishop e2.
Yeah, and then some either rook d8 or take on.
Here I kind of starting to like white a bit maybe already, because I have this d5 and slowly I try to untangle this extra piece.
Rook d8.
d5, yeah. Or maybe not. Bishop takes c3 and rook d5. Oh.
So bishop e3.
Yeah, probably.
e5 or not.
No, e5 no. e5 just I go d5, yeah. This is the position actually I want to get, yeah. Maybe just bishop f3 and just take the pawn, yes. 3 pawns already.
It's also
so
5 for black, 5 for white. Typical,
yeah.
So in the meantime, Gukesh versus Keymer.
He managed to eliminate this pawn on a3.
So queen.
Yeah, here he did not go. He went queen f4, and now what did he do? And so there was no way.
But this is probably good enough. So c4, queen a3, or what?
c4, yeah.
What else? Knight c3, queen
b4,
b4 or a3. I don't know. Let's say b4.
Yeah. Knight d5.
Queen d6. There is knight f6. So this is the point, or somewhere, whatever. So queen
a3. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, maybe here I was thinking if somehow you have c3 at the end. Yeah. So that's the problem now. For instance, now knight e7 check, let's say, and then king f8, and if knight c6, then c3, just and they should be fine for black, I believe. Yeah.
Because your point was after d7 there is 95.
Yeah.
Okay. Niemann got
What?
it. Hang on. G4.
He went G4. Yeah. It was not so easy to. Yeah, but here already white is just winning because the G file is too open, and then the king is just coming. Yeah, I mean rook G1 is coming, so you just collapse.
Okay, G4 is a fabulous move. But,
why
why
not? Why couldn't he take on G4? It was too risky, was it? Knight takes G4. Yeah, probably. Or no, maybe first knight F4 and then knight G4. Yeah. Now it's just winning. Yeah, knight F6 is coming here, probably. Rook
So
G1.
probably the best is to wait for a moment, but
H4, you mean?
I was thinking H4, at least to get some concept later, but
here I'm always probably taking on F4, yeah? And if EF4, probably... I was thinking maybe some knight D5, just to get an extra pass pawn. Yeah, G4 was not so easy to. Can I go rook B1 now? Yeah, or is it too much?
I was thinking that this might be a concept.
Takes, and still. Yeah, but probably G4 does not change much for white. Yeah, so G4 you probably need to find something else. So was it possible to go just queen c7 at that point, and just keeping everything in the position after g4? This is what he did, yeah. Probably he took on f4 and then knight f5, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's now.
Yeah, now it's kind of tough. Yeah.
We have here d7. Let's make some short break.
Sure.
Yeah. Thanks for joining, and then we will come with Kathy, because I believe that now games will start to develop even more. So short break.
Yeah.
Coming back, this is round 8 at the Prague International Chess Festival. In the studio, Grandmaster Alexia Jankovic and myself, Women Grandmaster Keti Tazalashvili. Alexia, we had a break, but the players don't have a break here. They have to keep it going, and every board is still in action, and we have a lot of to cover.
Yeah, I had a visit from my friend from Croatia, Jeko, and we went to the playing hall to grasp a little bit the atmosphere, and I was there, and as always, and I'm saying that it's different when you're following it online, but when you go to the playing hall, you feel how high is the tension there, and players are really trying their best. As we can see, only Niemann, David Anton, that game looks like a closer to some decisive result. All others are still far from clear. Engine bar says that around equal or slight plus for some players.
Yeah, that's right. And if you guys want to feel the experience and see what is happening, we are encouraging you to visit us. Tomorrow is our last day. The game starts in the morning, and if you cannot do that, then you can mark in your calendar. This festival happens every year this time, and we also have open tournaments where you can actually be a participant yourself.
Yeah, it's quite crowded these days. In the studio we even have friends from Chess Base who came from Germany and enjoying this beautiful tournament. Let's see the games. Let's start with something. As I'm always saying when I'm commentating and when I'm teaching my students, when the pawn is only one step away from the promotional square, miracles can happen. It's like in a sense of possible tactical shots, and Gukesh is well known for his calculation abilities. So now with this pawn on d7, it's actually, actually it's forcing black to stay with his pieces around it. But it's quite a remarkable position.
Yeah, nothing usual that
not
we
at all.
are familiar, or the probably chess players are also not played this position. Well, Vincent has less than 5 minutes on the clock. He has to play still 3 more moves. I don't really see here that's an issue for him. He seems to be relaxed. I think he even left the board at some point to walk around and
Now I
refresh
regret
his
that we
mind.
are using this engine bar a bit, since without it I would like range from +5 for white to maybe -1 to black. Yeah, it's so crazy, so complicated. Because this knight on b1 is not doing anything, there is a c pawn coming. The pawn has been blocked, but also white can count off. For example, if I now double my rooks, let's say rook d7 is not working because of this checkmating motive. So there are a lot of tactical shots around, and Gukesh is now thinking, but today we can say that this is a profile of the game we would expect from world champion. So he's pressing, he's slightly better for much of the game, and he's trying to find a way how to increase his advantage. At the moment is equal, but we feel that black is on defending side here.
Yep, I agree with that. Seems like these two players have full control. We need to check out how the leader of the tournament, Van Forest, is doing in his game. This can be a very important round for him. If he managed to win the game, he can be far ahead to other players, Navara and Abdusattorov, as they are facing each other. Let's check it out, what's happening.
Yeah, regarding this position, what is known that in the opening phase we should keep our king away from the action, while in the end game you should come closer, because in end games a king is also important. It can cover some space, it can support your passers, it can defend, and here this king on e6 is very well placed, but there is one small detail, that presence of 2 rooks, of pair of rooks, increase chances for some tactical shot and some blunder. So now black would be very happy to exchange 1 pair of rooks, because that means that the chances for tactics significantly drops, because it's not so easy to create some attack. So only question here, is this king safe enough, since there is an X-ray from the rook, and if the king is safe enough, then I would rather be black in this position, because what can we say, black didn't do anything wrong. His pawn structure is very fine. He has central pawns, piece activity, and I'm not surprised that now Jordan is a bit worried, maybe not too much with the white pieces. Usually white plays f3 here, also come out with his king as well, but this, as I said, is something which is fine for black. But let's keep in mind that yesterday Aravind suffered this painful, we cannot call it defeat, but it was, for him it was almost a defeat, when totally winning position he managed to let it slip and made a draw in the end. So he's a little bit distracted. We can probably expect that today he's affected, maybe even sleepless night. It's not so easy to get over it.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes this, like the past round, hits at the player the wrong moment. Maybe right now he's focused on this game because he has several issues to solve, but the moment you think about other things, that can be something that Aravind is facing. I was just thinking what black should play here, how black should react, because the pawn on a7 is hanging, and if black pushes pawn b6 to block the diagonal, this pawn is actually a blunder. You can just take it, and it's not gonna work. So it has a lot of tactical motives as well, because
a6 usually you want to play because you have the dark square bishop, but then this call might be of importance. Also sometimes knight a5 puts a pressure on those two pawns, so either something on b6 or something on a5. As I said, if we would get into slow phase and calm part of the game without particular issues for black, long-term black has more promising position due to his central activity.
Another move that I was looking at is e4. This is a little bit more sneaky move. You're giving up the pawn on a7, and let's say rook takes, bishop takes. This actually gives black a slight advantage, because after all this capture, black has b5 move, and when knight moves away, then bishop goes, and white has to be precise where the knight actually goes. Then black has this bishop to e5 move to attack on bishop on a7, and also the pawn on b2. On top of that, f4 is another threat.
And I believe that, Katie, you were totally right now. I see it. e4 has been played, and now Jordan will spend some time. It's not a simple decision. Usually what I'm teaching my students, when your opponent attacks you somewhere, you can do three things. You can defend, which basically 90% of people do. You can counterattack, which might be some skill for non-beginners and non-average players, but top players, they have in mind third option, which is ignoring. And this e4 is sort of ignoring the threat, and this has the biggest effect on your opponent, since it's also connected with his plans, his ego, so you ignore his threats. And believe me, when I was playing versus top players, that was the worst feeling, when you target something, you attack it,
and they
just ignore it. And second thing is when
allow this move, bishop to b6. Look at that, a little trap out there. If you take this bishop, I'll jump knight b6, and that's the fork, and you will lose the
So everything is
exchange.
connected with this x-ray and undefended rook on a8. So after bishop takes, knight b6, nice fork, since the piece is untouchable. Rook takes a8.
Well, the position, as we just are analyzing deeper and deeper, we can find it out more and more complicated. Both players have around 5-6 minutes average, and they have made move 28 now with white, so they have 12 more moves before the time control. I see here heavy time pressure for both players.
Yeah, now Aravind will spend some time. Let's just briefly go back to Gukesh versus Keymer, since something is going on. Around here we left rook d4, queen took the pawn, white played rook h8 to provoke rook retreat, and then king retreat, then knight c3, and this is very sharp. So there are a lot of threats. For example, rook e1, you will never be able to take on d7, because this will be a checkmate. For example, let's say like this, and when you take the pawn, rook e8 is a nice checkmate, since this rook covers the escaping route. So there are a lot of tactics. Keymer is on 1 minute. He needs to play few more moves. So, or no, it's his sorry, it is the last move. He needs to play one more move, right? Yeah, it is 40th move, so he needs to play the last move, and he will get a half an hour afterwards, since it's 40.
Let me tell you something. There's only one move which keeps the position alive. Other moves are really
Which one
bad.
is that?
It is queen to a7. You
Okay.
need to attack on this 7 pawn. Any other move by
So
queen,
Only
it's
move.
bad.
Only move to stay in the game. Everything else loses. And
And
queen
he is
a7,
doing
the
it.
best move. Only move.
On them.
Big kudos to Jordan, to Vincent, because this is the way how to hold. He checked on the screens. Is he in 41st move? Gukesh just stood up. Let's go back to other games. So where to go? Take a look of this game. This is totally crazy, since all the pawns are coming, and we will have a heavy time trouble here. Niemann seems to be winning versus David Anton. It's not so simple because the king is weak, but maybe king can hide. After this check, king can hide somewhere, and Jordan van Forest is still far from clear. Navarra is suffering, but maybe not too much. So where to go? Which game to follow? Let's stay here with
With all these
Jakuboyev
pawns.
versus Maksudlu.
Oh my goodness.
6 minutes versus 5. We will be in the blitz mode, and as I said, they're getting this 30 seconds increment, but it's not like blitz, since in blitz you are more relaxed. Even if you lose, it doesn't hurt so much, while playing classical and then losing in a blitz mode, it's not something you would love to happen. So they are more serious than in blitz, and that's why it's not the same thing.
Yeah, it is not the same. Also, they get 30 seconds increment, unlike the blitz when you only have 2 seconds increment and anything can happen. Just to point out how difficult this can be on the time for players, they have to make 14 more moves before they get the increment, and you know, very often in these cases the game ends before 40 they reach 40 moves.
Do you calculate? I'm doing this all the time. So if I'm on move 26, so I calculate I need to play 14 more moves, and then I divide it with 30 seconds. I will get 7 minutes. I will get with half. I will get 7 minutes. That means that I have instead of 5 minutes, I have 12 minutes for 14.
Well, I see how many minutes moves I need, but I don't do that time management. I just panic. I'm panicking all the time.
It makes me calmer because I count how many minutes I will get due to the increment, and then I said, okay, it's not a big deal to make like 12 or 14 moves for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We have a result here. This is our challenger section where Juziner against Thomas Bertsen ended up in a draw. Here Jufa is outplaying Bierre. Finek is suffering versus Ganguly. Nemec is having a complicated position, and Herbeck is super long time. This is a mess, but let's go back to our master section. Let's stay with the boards there.
Jakuboyev down to 3 minutes.
Jakuboyev, yeah, coming down to 3 minutes. Parham is, I would say, very positive about his. Hang on. This was played. G takes f5.
I think Parham can safely take the pawn on f5. That's the pin. But after f3, actually black can play queen to
h3.
h3.
Yeah. And here, at least he has perpetual, but d takes e4 is also coming, x-raying the queen. So this works very well for black. He will take with the queen. And is there any other move? Yeah, he takes. Yakuboev having tough games. Yesterday Aravind, very emotional game, very energy consuming game. Game versus Jordan van Foreest, crazy game. Hang on. Against Niemann, very complicated game. And there were some more.
Yeah, that's actually true. And he has won one game in the first round against David Anton. Then he made 2 draws. Then he lost 2 games against Van Foreest and Navarra. And then he made 2 draws again. And he has another. Yeah, a lot of ups and downs in his tournament.
I think he was very confident at the first half, but now he lost it completely today. I have a feeling that he was not at his best. Also yesterday. And Queen G4 was played. He offers Queen's exchange. And now Parham needs to decide how to move on. By the way, I think that around here, maybe that Parham had bigger advantage, but he provoked this G4, this pawn push in front of the king, hoping that this will become a weakness, but I think f5 was more to the point as we proposed, Sasi Kiran and me. So here, the way how things have developed, I think that the worst for white is over. In the meantime, Abdusattorov is pressing a bit versus Navarra. Hans Niemann is converting versus David Anton, and in Van Foreest and Aravind it's a mess.
Yeah, we have to pick one game, yeah?
Yeah.
Which it can be. All of them are so tempting to check. And yeah, Niemann against David Anton, they don't have time pressure. They have already reached 40 moves. Gukesh Keymer as well. Maybe we should stick on either first board or fourth board. Those are the time pressure.
So here we have 11 moves for black, and here we have 8 moves or 9 moves. So okay, this one is also complicated enough, since at the moment black is a pawn up.
But the pawn is hanging on the 4, yeah.
And this
should
knight
we play
is
knight king e5 to guard the pawn?
Yeah, but this g4 coming, I'm not sure what's the next move. So king e5, yeah, to defend the pawn. It's completely understandable move. Okay, rook e1 can be played, and this pawn will fall anyway. Aravind is getting low on time. In the meantime, Maksudlu took on g4, so they have exchanged the queens. Two minutes.
Yep, time is ticking for Aravind. Down to 1 minute 40 seconds.
Jordan seems to be fully focused, not moving at all.
Not blinking.
So Arvind getting long time, he will be under 2 minutes.
He
and
played c5.
c5. Okay. He wants to get rid of this pressure on c6. So knight was targeting that pawn. So c5. He will then go knight d5 or something. And if you take on e4, I believe that f4 will be played or something like that to stop this pressure.
And what about g4?
Yeah, I was thinking g4, but then black moves the king maybe to f6. So this is an option, and then king f6. With knights always it's much harder to calculate. As I said, with bishops it's more clear what will happen, while with knights it's so hard to keep the control.
And we
He
have
took on e4. I
capture.
would be surprised if anything then f4 happens. Yes.
No, he plays in a second.
Yeah, f4. And now black king is very safe. The structure is not so good. It's equal at the moment, 5 versus 5 pawns. But king, if king lands on e5, and I have a feeling that black is more active. Engines are saying that this position is totally equal, but I don't know. I would still rather be black, although Jordan is very good in calculation. He can calculate a lot.
Yeah, very complicated position actually. I agree with this fact that I probably gonna also choose black pieces because of this king activity, but this king can also become a target if you are not careful, because rooks are still on the board. Knight is also a sneaky piece, we know, and the time is not the friend of none of the players. So, yeah, this few moves are just crucial for them.
But let's remind our viewers that Jordan van Foreest is current European Blitz champion. So he feels confident being long time. Knight b3, which has some sense to open the a file, that the rook is active, and this knight was not doing something special, as they like to say, knight on a rim is a dim, so you should move it from the a5 square to b3, at least now to attack something. Rook d8.
I'm actually quite surprised that white didn't play rook to d1 to control the d file, right? Because now it's black who's controlling d file. Or rook d2 was also a possibility.
Not a simple position at all. We call this queenless middle games. It's not simple, not at all. I would think about activating my king, but if I go king f2 and then later to f3, maybe some knight c6, knight e5 will happen. But I would think about this to activate my king. You don't want to, you would love to play rook d2, but then after exchange this c2 pawn is dropping. If you push c3, then you're allowing knight d3, but precisely that has happened. Rook a6 check. So he kicked this knight from b4, allowing himself to enter, to penetrate this a6 square.
Yeah, now check is on the board.
Yeah, and if you go up, now some mating net stuff. So you would rather go somewhere down, and if you go rook d6, which looks like a viable option. I can take rook d2, c4, knight c1, and I'm getting a pawn because the king is pinned. So this d3 pawn, this 3 knight will drop. I don't know. King e5, knight d3, cd, rook d, king e4, and this position will end up in a draw. Not much material left.
Oh, I see David now. Has he finished or?
King f7. Okay, he wants to play for a win, or I don't know, or he's avoiding some stuff. King f6, king f7, moving away from the d file. Since now, if you go rook d2, sorry, e5. So if you go rook d2, c4, that's a mess, but this is a very strong outpost. e5, rook e7, okay, attacking that pawn twice. e6. It's so instructive how those top players, they activate some resources which looks completely unusable. So king f6, yeah, up you should go with your pieces, and 2 more moves before the time control. Everything is defended for black, so a7 pawn is protected.
Von Forest wants to bring the knight in the game, maybe knight to
And
knight
here
to 4.
we have a draw, I believe, in Yakuboyev versus Parham. Yeah. So he was better, but this queen exchange after queen g4, the verse was over for Uzbekistan player. They exchanged a lot, and here the draw was agreed because probably, I don't know, should I take this one? This will end up in a draw in many ways, I believe. Let's say that I go here, you take, maybe I can take on, I'm not sure about this, probably, and it's enough for those top players. Let's go back to Jordan van Forest versus Aravind Chittambaram.
Yep. He wanted to play knight, but then somehow he decided not to rush, and he is taking more time.
Okay, two more moves, 2 minutes on the clock. It's enough to find a right way how to move on. He can, I don't know, push maybe even this one or that one, or try to bring the king. There are several options now. But maybe c4, knight c5, is that a threat? Probably not. Or c4, b4. 1 more minute for 2 moves. Jordan just played knight d2, which is still good according to the engine. So what's the after knight c1? Knight e4 check, probably. This is the point.
Yeah, I have also rook f2, right?
Yeah, rook f2, rook e6. That was my point. If you go rook f2, rook e6, is this everything is equal now. This is 39th move, so they need still to make
one more move,
one more
for
move
white,
or two moves
two
for
more
black.
move for black, yeah. But the pawn on b2 is not really hanging, because after knight e4, this rook is attacking the knight.
Yeah, after knight b2, there is knight e4 check. King goes to f5, there is probably knight d6, and then taking this knight with the rook. So what will Aravin do? Take on
Knight c1
e6,
makes sense.
knight c1. One minute. Abdusattorov checking the game. And Serbian arbiter Nadezhda Stojanovic is there.
And he goes
King
f5.
f5.
Oh,
Okay.
that's a good move to avoid knight e4.
Played on
with a
last
check.
10 seconds. He got an increment. Knight f3 has been played. Jordan stood up, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. He's going to the restroom. 40th move has been played, so he will get additional half an hour for the rest of the game. And Aravin needs to make a last move, 20 seconds. Of course, he will make it. He will play it in 10 seconds. And he makes a move, 9 seconds.
Rook to d5.
Rook d5. Now when clocks go to the last seconds, 0, they will get this 30 minutes. So let's
Yeah.
check what do we have.
But one thing is that I think today Aravin has to just move a little bit, because yesterday the blunder happened on move 42. He had increment, but I had a feeling that he did not really rest after these tense moments, and that's why the blunder happened. So I would expect him to.
Yeah,
give
let's
himself a time.
give you the broad view of the camera so that you grasp the feeling how is the current situation. Then we will go one by one. So after 40th move, you get this additional 30 minutes, so you can go to the restroom, you can refresh with some coffee, water, open tournament, so playing hall packed with players. Yeah, after 40th move, somehow different dynamics happen in the
Yeah.
playing hall.
Exactly. What I really like is that everyone is so deep in their own games.
Yeah, there is a lot of people. How many boards we have? 40 of the open tournament plus plus 15 at the main stage, so 55 boards, 110 players playing, plus spectators, plus arbiters, plus organizational team. It's some decent number. Okay, let's check one by one. So let's see how Niemann versus David Anton, how they are doing. David Anton not so happy with the current position, which is obvious. This queen is dominating and white is preparing to promote his passer, and black's queen won't be so good.
Look at this, what he wants to do. David Anton. He
king,
yeah.
stalemate.
Yeah. So stalemate. King on h3, h4, and then be ready to.
Yeah, for example, let's say that I give check,
Yeah.
and after king e5, I want to be smart, and then I come out with my king, and then there is this beautiful queen sacrifice. I give you queen for free. When after queen takes, there is a stalemate, and this king, there is no square for the king, and the game will end up in a draw. So this is this nasty defense made up by David Anton, but of course on this level top players. Okay, we have a draw in Gukesh versus Keymer. So that was the final position. Big kudos for Vincent defending that tough position. It's not simple at all. Some small talk. Everyone happy. Gukesh maybe not so much. He was pressing for most of the game. By the way, Vincent Keymer was working for Gukesh at the last World Championship match. They were in Spain. Him, Duda, and I think Hari Krishna. So that was his team working from distance at his World Championship match in Singapore versus Dingley Ran. So they know each other very well. Score sheet have been taken. And David Navara versus Abdusattorov. Nodirbek is pressing. Let's bring the board. This is an unpleasant position. Equal material, opposite colors bishops. Now if we would exchange the rooks, it would be dead draw, but presence of the rook helps black a lot, and black can impose some pressure. So here Abdusattorov for sure is in driving seat, so he is the one pressing. In Jordan van Forest versus Aravind, the position is still far from clear. Now it's Aravind's turn to think what to do. I love the way how Jordan rerouted his knight. It was misplaced on a5 and then went to b3, d2, and landed on f3. As I'm always saying, knights, they need outposts, they need squares from which they cannot be kicked by opponents' pawns, and here this is a safe haven on f3.
Yeah, as we're talking about safe haven for this night, we do have Vincent Keymer waiting for us for the interview, so I'm gonna go there and ask him some questions.
Okay. Good luck with that. Very interesting game. So Katie will go for an interview to the interview area, and then we will show you that interview later. In the meantime, let's check the challengers section. In that group we have a draw in Zhuzhiner versus Bertsen. That game was very interesting. There was this trick with b5 move, which was a nice touch by Bertsen, and there were some exchanges. Okay, black was doing fine, but white managed to hold. Massive liquidations, and in the end a draw. 3 against 3 on the side, and on this level this is an obvious draw. In Gledura versus Herbeck, white is better because there are some weaknesses, and this structure is better when you have one island instead of two of your opponents. Yeah, slightly better for white, but super complicated. So Herbeck is under pressure. In Divya versus Nemec, another Czech player who is playing great in this event. Now black is doing great. I wouldn't be surprised that black manages to win this game. That Divya Deshmukh needs to defend very carefully to hold this one. Safe structure, king close, active queen. White is the one who needs to defend. Engines say that it's equal, but presence of knights, I think, complicate matters, and I would always be happy with the black. And I think that if we would ask now players what do they think about the position, that you will get an answer of -0.7 for black, while engine says it's equal, it's zeros. Jufa was totally winning, and he still is versus Bjerre. Two pawns up, so he can start rolling his pawns. Of course, he wants to be careful, but it seems that Jufa is just winning versus Jonas Bjerre. And Finek versus Ganguly. Finek, the tournament leader, he's playing a fabulous chess. We were commentating the game around here. Queen d3, the best move. This was a mess. Some sharp tactical shots. X-raying the king. Allowing this discovered check. This is not something we can see so often. Knight c1. Whoa. Every move is a crazy move. Knight d3. Hang on, really? This looks totally crazy. Rook e2. How did white lose his queen? Knight. What was the concept? Yeah, knight e3. Because if you take with the queen, queen takes queen, and rook cannot take because king is pinned. So that's how black wins the material. This looks totally lost. But here Jufa has won his game. Resignation from Danish player. Jufa is always very humble when finishing his game. Maybe we should change the camera. So, queen and 2 pawns. Queen is 9 plus 2 pawns. It's 11. 11 versus 5, 6, 5, 3, 3. It's 11 versus 11. But the point is who have more weaknesses. Black is better here, but it's not so simple to win. And Herbeck and Finek is kind of player who can defend for a long. I witnessed that at the European Team Championship in Georgia, Batumi, where he was representing Czech Republic. He made a debut for his national team, and some games he was defending for 100 moves. So he has energy to hold. This one is very unpleasant, but he is well determined, and yeah, who knows what will happen here. Okay, so let's make a break, and we will get some additional moments in the game, since players will take some time now after this 40th, 41st, 42nd move. So coming back soon.
Vždy s pocitem hvězdy navíc.
Yeah, we are back, and not much has changed except that Hans Niemann won his game versus David Anton. A very interesting one. And in other two games, Jordan van Forest, this game is super complicated, versus Aravin Chitambara, and in Navara versus Abdusattorov, Navara is slightly worse. This is not so pleasant, since this bishop is stopping opponent's passers, an extra pawn, while here those two pawns are some targets for black, but being slightly worse and winning it, it's a huge margin. So I don't know, it won't be so simple. When we go to challengers, Finek is putting a tough resistance, but this game become the wildest one. And regarding Divya versus Nemec, as I said, I believe this is not zeros, as it was stated by Engine. With 3700 play, that's the case, but on 2550 or 2500, it's far away. So I would give at least 0.70 for black, but now we already went to -2, which means that that was unpleasant from the beginning. So it's not that something deadly was a blunder. No, the case was that from the beginning, for human 2500, this is super unpleasant position. This one, I think, yeah, this one. Engine says 0, so 0, -0.20, but from my point of view, it's close to 1, since white needs to be super careful. And as I said, I'm not surprised that she started to play badly, since it's very, very unpleasant. Finek versus Ganguly, let's check this game. This is a fabulous game. We can also go full screen, because here it's so hard to give you some analysis. But Finek is super long time, only 2 minutes. I'm not sure that it's possible to hold this position being so low on time. Nemec very happy, enjoying his -2 advantage, while Ganguly is trying to navigate. The point here is to bring his king, that somehow king starts to navigate between the bishop and the knight and the rook, but it's 11 units, queen and something, so it's not so simple to run through. So, what's the case here? This bishop on d5 in combination with the rook on g3, they are stopping this pawn from b4 to advance. It seems like the best setup for white, but now, as I said, black needs to start needs to penetrate with his king. But now when I'm going a little bit deeper, it feels to me that this is not so simple for black to penetrate at all. In the meantime, Abdusattorov has pushed his e-pawn. He wants to exchange one pair of pawns, but here we have a move. Queen h2 has been played. Finek 2 minutes. So, to protect with some rook h3 is possible, of course, but then making his rook very passive. Also rook g2 defense, because if you stay with the rook on the g file, then knight jump to f3 or something. Actually indirectly defends this pawn on h4. Finek rook h3 in the end. Rook g2 was another option. So rook h3, quite a reasonable approach. And it's funny, if now white places his bishop on b3, all his pieces are protected. Passive but protected. In the meantime, Gledura versus Herbeck. White is better, but it's far from clear. Divya versus Nemets. Divya is, as I said, in a tough situation. And in my Masters, this e5 has happened. Now black has chances to push his pawns. It looks quite drawish. And in Jordan van Forest versus Aravind Chittambaram, so complicated to understand. Is this a weakness on e6 or a strong pawn? Jordan taking a glance at the screen. Aravind thinking. I believe that he can force a draw, but in getting something tangible, it's hard to figure it out. Aravind thinking, and as I said, not so simple. And b4, finally some complicated move. So if you take the pawn, then e6 is falling. So basically this b4 deflects this rook on a6. In the meantime, it seems that Nemec has misplayed it a bit, that Divya is back to the game. And let's go to Gledura versus Herbeck, because there was a nice tactical shot. So after rook g5, rook h6 was played. This is a nice touch. If you take with the king, knight f7, and winning that pawn, is it enough? Probably not. I believe that this should end up in a draw, but with bishops it will be super simply. With knights it's not so. Divya versus Nemec is still better for black, but at least Divya can hope for something. Yeah, this is not so simple. Yeah, this will take some time and other games as well. So let's show you the interview. What does Vincent Keymer say?
We have Grandmaster Vincent Keymer with us in the studio. He finished his game with a draw against Gukesh Dommaraju. Vincent, your game was really entertaining for the viewers and for us. If you please take us through the key moments.
Yeah, so he played Marshall, which is always kind of a surprise because, I mean, if black knows what he's doing, it's supposed to be a draw. But yeah, today I didn't know what I was doing. I mean, I know I had quite a few games like this, which is the main line. And I mean, there are many lines here for black, which should be fine. And I decided that I look at this a5 move, and I'm pretty sure it's also a very decent move. And here, yeah, I mean, you need the file. It's the typical position that if I had checked it for 5 minutes, I would have made a very easy draw. But if I don't, there are so many options, it's kind of difficult for me to figure out what the right way is. Obviously I didn't find the right way, but yeah, here, I mean, it doesn't feel like a3 can be so bad, but here, I mean, what I got in the game didn't feel good. Like, he played d4, which, yes, unpleasant. And then this all seemed kind of forcing. I do have bishop f5, but I don't think it helps me so much, because now I'm in rook e5, which is also sort of a problem. And of course, I completely missed knight c4, which is ridiculous. I mean, I felt that after every other move I'm fine, but after knight c4, I mean, I'm clearly much worse. And also I had less time. I mean, of course, what he did was very ambitious. I'm not sure, maybe he could just go a3 and, keep the advantage, but, he was trying to kill. And yeah, I mean, the nice thing is that if he plays something like rook c1, now already I will give the exchange and take on d6, and that would be like my dream, finally getting some, nice position. But I mean, it's in a way similar to what we had in Vike, but this is clearly worse for me than this version was. Again, I'm not sure, also, if someone showed me this position, I would feel like, okay, white is doing so well, but nowadays, engines always claim that this queen is so strong, and also, when you calculate the lines, you feel that it's really, really powerful, and I'm not sure where he went wrong.
Were you more relieved when you saw this queen sacrificed, rather to see other option where he could keep the pieces on?
I don't know, other options I will suffer. Here, I can also just get killed, so it's... Yeah, I mean, it has some advantages and some downsides. I wasn't sure. I mean, it's a very human reaction to give that queen. Let's say, even if Engine said it was a mistake, I don't think you can really blame him for that. It looks so nice, and you feel like you have such great chances. And, if Engine said it's +3, I would also agree, because it's very difficult in the sense that I have 0 plans, and I will just have to kind of hope that he has no way of improving his position. So, I was kind of happy when I got my queen here, some activity. And, now at least there's some disbalance in white's position. And then here before move 40, it got kind of crazy. There are some very beautiful lines. Like, if I go king g8, as I did, and I'm going for something like this, he will go rook e1, threatening rook e8, and I don't think I can actually defend because king f8 doesn't work. But, g5... I think he will just go here, and then there's always rook g8 in the end. So queen a7 is an ugly move, but I think
this is the only move actually.
It's
the
the
other moves
only,
are so bad. Yeah.
Actually, why is queen a6 so bad? Because that's what I was wondering. Like rook e4 and queen c6. Oh, not d6. Queen c6. That was the only other option I saw. But yeah, probably some knight d5. I mean, that's always a question, but I suppose it should be lost because once he will get to double the rooks, he will get that pawn, and I'm pretty sure that 3 against 2 on one side has to be lost. So yeah, queen a7, ugly move, but I guess it saves the game. Of course, I kind of expected him to play this position, like just in some version we went like this to play something like rook c1 and this. I agree it's a draw, but still he's the one who can play. But he can put the rook on f4, provoke f6, then try to go back, try to provoke f5, because like once he gets to provoke f5, he has this idea of bringing the knight to f4, rook to e6, and it's not very pleasant. So I was still a little worried that I might have to play this, even though I already felt much better than before. But okay, I was happy that he agreed for the draw. So we have an early game tomorrow, so there's a little more time now.
That's right. Was there any moment the time any issue for you, because Gukesh had quite a lot of extra time in the opening, and you were using most of the time, or it has never really been a big problem?
I mean, I feel like I made my mistakes when I had a lot of time. So it's fine. I mean, usually it doesn't matter too much how much time the opponent has, rather if I'm fine with my amount of time. And here in this game it was the case, but of course it can be an issue. Just here I think it was fine.
Well, thank you so much, and good luck tomorrow in the early round.
Thank you.
And we are back. I would say quite an useful advice for young players, not to think about too much about opponent's time. So you could hear, I don't mind my opponent being ahead on clock if I don't profile of the position and if I'm comfortable with my situation. So don't copy, don't chase the pace. Think about your own time management. Quite an useful advice. Let's bring the board here, since it seems that this game will end up in a draw. We can go full screen with the board aside. Yeah, good game, a good game. There were some hidden things and some issues just around the time control, but actually quite a good game from both players. After this one will finish probably in a draw. We will get into Navarra Abdusattorov game, which will take really long time, since Abdusattorov will try to put the pressure over David Navarra with maybe his great physical shape. You could also check Ketty's interview yesterday with Nodirbek Abdusattorov, where they touched this physical stamina of Nodirbek Abdusattorov. In the meantime, in challengers, Ganguly is trying his best, Finyak is a long time, so let's go to challengers, since now the main focus, the main things will happen there. So Finyak is defending versus Ganguly, and Divya seems to be doing well versus Nemec. Gledura will squeeze for a long, but is far away from anything tangible. Queen is very active, but as I said, this is one of the best setups where white is having bishop on b3, knight is protected by the pawn, and rook will get protected by the knight. I believe it's a fortress, and frankly speaking, haven't seen this kind for a while, so it worth praising this position. And Finyak's setup, it's not so easy to achieve. Perfect harmony, perfect cooperation, so all the pieces are defended and there is no way to break through. Of course, Ganguly will try, but I believe that, as I said, Václav has found the perfect setup. Okay, let's go to Divya versus Nemec. So let's see what's the issue there. Now white got active, and according to the engine this is not worse at all. So, or at least I'm shocked that this is a dead draw. It's not so simple to figure it out. We can go full screen. Knight d6. Hang on. Knight d6 has happened. Nemec will probably go to g6, but then maybe just king g4 just draws. Because if you go to e6, then you're far away from this edge passer. So tough moment. For Nemec, I believe that he has misplayed it a bit. Katie, what do you think? Is there any chance for white just to keep it easy and steer it to a draw? It looks to me very complicated, but engine is saying that this is drawish position. This is a bit strange, since white has a pawn, is a pawn down, two connected central passers, knight is centralized, but this edge pawn seems to be a huge asset.
I would, like first sign, I would think that black is in good chance to win this game. But yeah, I see also the engine. There can be some kind of hidden idea that white is holding on.
Yeah,
but
this edge pawn probably. We are all scared that those pawns start to roll, but maybe this is just an illusion.
Well, the thing is that what players like to do here, who has extra material, is to burn the time of the opponent and then try to outplay with a low time.
I need to interrupt you. Since we need to go to Navarra versus Abdusattorov, it seems that David has misplayed it and now he's dead lost. Hang on.
Ooh.
What's the issue here? Let me try to figure it out. King d5 was played. And what's the point here if you play rook c6? Is this f pawn coming? Why this is totally lost? I don't get it. Ah, bishop c5. So rook c6,
Wow.
bishop c5. Now I got it. So this wins on spot. And what if you go to c3? He blundered a piece. Ooh, ooh, David is devastated. Bishop d4, and after rook c6 again, bishop c5. What a painful blunder. So g4 was drawn, the position was drawn, some king d5, king f3 probably or something, king f1. Huge mistake by Nodirbek and by David, and fabulous pressure by Nodirbek. I was mentioning your interview where he actually explained how important it is to be in a good shape, also physically, not just mentally. You ask him very nicely and directly about his prep, and he's going to the gym, he's working hard, and it seems that he is always the one,
Always
like
looks
Magnus,
fresh,
who
yes.
looks fresh, right?
Yes, yes, that's right. And especially for the last rounds, it is visible. The players who have more physical strength have actually huge advantage.
And once again, as I'm always saying, endgames, endgames, they don't mean that there are no tactics. So you should be careful till the end. It doesn't mean that queens are off the board and you can relax and it's more about strategy and more about some maneuvering. No, no, no. Always it's about tactics and putting a pressure.
And he goes Rook to c3.
Rook c3 and bishop d4 wins on spot. He's rechecking. But the
Bishop
painful...
d4 or king d4?
Ah, king d4, bishop c5.
Yeah.
So why bishop d4 is wrong?
Maybe that's also correct.
Maybe I'm missing something. Hang on, after bishop d4... Ah, I can move the king. Very good idea. So if I go bishop d4, let's bring the board. If I go bishop d4, white moves the king. Maybe that was David's idea. Let's say king f3. And when you take, I have bishop b3. This was maybe David's idea. While after king d4, it's a game over. And bishop goes to c5. I feel bad for David because he's having a splendid tournament.
Very nice tournament.
That game versus Nodirbek Jakuboev was one of the best. For sure, top 5 games of the year already.
Yeah, yeah.
For sure, it will be top 5. It will be top 5 games of the year for sure. Now he needs to play this position, but he knows that he's totally lost. Rook c2, I believe. He's just rechecking. Is there any need for calculations? But big kudos for Abdusattorov, because if you check the game, he was equal. He could have exchanged the queens, but he
pressed.
Press. Very persistence.
Well, the idea for Navarra is to exchange all the pawns and to go to the end game, rook versus rook and bishop, but that is really, really difficult task.
So Abdusattorov is just rechecking, as I said. Is there any precision needed? Also, what helps him is that this square is the right color one. He has enough time to decide about the correct move order.
If he pushes a5 now?
Maybe he's counting that anyway he wins, even, I don't know, after some king c4. b6, a6, b7. Yeah, that's the issue. So after a5 probably rook somewhere to a2. No, I cannot do it. Okay, a5, good question. He just did play it. Rook b2, b6. After b6, what? a6? So what's the case here? So b6, trying to get it, and I'm not.
It's g4 pawn.
Yeah, I was
survives?
thinking that rook b7, rook a6, rook g7. That this is his.
Yeah, it
But-
survives. And then king d5, bishop d6, and g3.
And b6, a6. Yeah, anyway, you're right. Yeah, he will go king d5 now. Hang on, here I'm curious. So we were around. Hang on, where was that moment? Here. So normal. Rook c2, king g3. Why not rook a2? Was it? It's the same, huh? And then approach with the king. But then rook c6, f6. So maybe there is no ideal way. To stay.
So b6 happened. Wait, what? Bishop takes. Is that winning? Pawn takes? And
Yeah,
the
it
white king is
should be
too
winning.
far.
But this is brilliant.
Wow.
So maybe he was counting on that anyway. So if you go b6 here, maybe he was counting anyway. Yeah,
Oh,
this
wow.
was very nice. Oh, big kudos to Nodirbek. Nice touch. Yeah, now when you think, but you want to stay with the piece. Now when you
No, he knows to give
see
it back when
it's quite logical.
when it's necessary.
Yeah, no way to stop
Wow.
Lucena. It's game over.
White king needs to be in front of the pawn on this side.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot really stop black promoting the pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, just to show how this game can finish. Let's say rook down, b5, I don't know. Let's say like this. Check, and so if goes back, can go behind. I don't know, like check, check. King goes here. He waits. Then you give check. He goes here because on king c3 this wins because the rook is falling. Next move. So you need to come to the e file and then not rook d5 as some people started to get confused, but you go rook d5, I don't know, he waits and then you come out. And you build this bridge, and this is how you win this position. And if white waits, I don't know, here check, king c3, now white can wait. If he goes up, there is check, but also it's possible to win in several ways. Check, and then rook e1, and you just start to climb now because you don't need king anymore. And if king goes down, king goes down, you can win in several ways, for example this way, and then king c2 just wins on spot. So white can also play here, maybe to keep the king on e3 before, let's say in this position, to keep the king on e3, but this also wins. You can go rook d5 anyway, but then come to the second rank.
We also have some drastic changes on the first board, Van Forest against Arvin.
Okay. Okay, so he's taking this Ventura defense, but this, unfortunately for David, this doesn't happen when the pawn is b pawn. If now this pawn would be a pawn with the side pawn, and then this is the concept how you catch that pawn, keep it eye on, and then start checking from the side. Famous Ventura position. Movsesyan was telling you about a few days ago in terms of Aronian's capacity of dealing with rook's endgames. And here you mentioned that something is going on.
We passed a moment because there was a inaccuracy with king h4, but black, yeah, here. Black could take the pawn on b3, but instead of knight e2 happened.
Strange. Yeah, you're right. Why not to take on b3? What was missed? Knight b3. He had something, I don't know, knight e5, and then knight c6. Maybe this was missed because he was expecting that this knight will go to c6. Like king c3 allows rook c4, and then knight, maybe. But this is also not a dead draw. King goes to a3. Why this is a draw, I don't know. Rook h6. And Abdusattorov just finishing his game. Let's stay here. Since it's a bit instructive, we have a resignation.
Yeah. Navara stands up and shakes.
I feel bad for David, but once again, big kudos for Nodirbek. He's using his chances, putting pressure towards his opponents, and that's how you make it to the top.
That is, that's the secret of being on the top in the chess world. So using small chances to push until the end. And these two players, they were tied, second, third places. And now Abdusattorov is very, very close to catch up with Van Forest.
Okay, let's go back to Jordan.
They have finished as well. Oh, what happened? Is it king on d4 and king on e5?
Black won, so there were some issues.
What he's doing, what he's writing. It's a second score sheet. Oh, what?
We have an issue, unfortunately. We were not there. No. Or it's the wrong arbiter's king's placement?
No,
because
king
now
is on e5.
Arbiter did something now, or is it the same now?
No,
but he touched kings. Can we zoom score sheet somehow? No chance.
Something crazy happened there.
Okay, regarding kings, as you said, it's winning for. It's winning
Oh,
for.
did you see the arbiter? He was like knocking his head, like misbelieving that what has happened. Probably he saw more than we did. So there was for sure some blunder that Jordan.
But this position, if we bring the board back, so this is winning for black. Just king e3 and take on b3.
Okay, we're gonna have interviewed Aravin and we will know
Yeah,
from him what was
it's
the
a winning
issue.
position. So there
Yeah,
were some
I will just
issues
go.
with the board. Yeah, what can we do if we don't have the right info? We cannot. We can just guess. But anyway, we have all the results here. So let's. Yeah, but there is some discussion. Yeah, we can also switch the camera, maybe this broader one, to see the playing hall. Maybe there is some discussion regarding this game. On your left, arbiters are. We can maybe move the camera a bit left. No. Okay, so master section, unfortunately we don't know what has happened, has finished, but we have results and standings, so we can update you with that. So, 2 wins with the black pieces, 1 win with the white pieces, 3 decisive games. It was not looking that way half an hour before. And now let's see the standings in penultimate round. After penultimate round, Abdusattorov is now leading the field, being half a point ahead of the group, and still Jordan van Forest and David Navarra are having a good tournament, but they can regret today's losses. Aravind after yesterday, big chance, totally one position today, got lucky at the right moment, but he was playing very well, both players. And then we have this huge group of 3 players with -1 and Gukesh at the last place. Let's go back to challengers. Let's see the situation there. Finek is defending, but let's go to Divya versus Nemec. And it seems that Gledura is out playing Herbeck as well. Is this a dead draw? If takes knight e2, knight e2, this is too late, because knight will go to a4 and defend that passer. That's why after e2, knight c2 is the move. We can go full screen and give you the board. Nemec will take on b5, but then Divya will come closer to collect this e2 passer. Heroic defense. king e3, and it seems to me that this will end up in a draw, because now just king d3 is coming, and that's more or less it. King f5, I think that, yeah, Nemec is aware that he had let it slip. Divya just rechecking, but king d3 should be a dead draw. Yeah, well-known stuff that you should just come in front on b3 when white takes on b5, and this is a draw. Nemec is very unhappy, but heroic defense by Divya. Let's go to Gledura versus Hrbek. Gledura has a fantastic technique, since to convert that tiny advantage, that's really fabulous. It was so dry, equal number of pawns, not much material left, but then he made it. Yeah, we also have now Aravind versus Jon de Forest. I see the blunder. He has blundered the checkmate, so we can bring the board back. So in that game around here, king h4, everything goes fine. And hang on. So here, king e3, rook f5, knight h6. So it's already here where it's tough, but rook f8 was needed to go to g5. He went to f5, but now after rook h6. If you go king g5, there is a fantastic mating net. Let's bring the analysis to show it. Let's bring the board. Since I'm so around here everything was normal, and here instead of rook f5, only move was to play rook f8, which is not so simple to see, to vacant this square for the king, since after rook f5 there is a rook h6, and if you go king g5, rook h3, attacking the knight, and if you go to, and if you move the knight somewhere, there is knight e4, fantastic checkmate. And if king g3, there is knight e2, which wins, since after king g2 you're forced to surrender the exchange, since after king g3 there is rook h3. Beautiful checkmate. And it seems that Aravind, like his hero, I believe, Vishyanand, has managed in this game and the game versus Gukesh, has managed to create this tactical stuff with his knights, and yeah, he's very dangerous, since sometimes with knights it's not so simple to see all the tricks. So big kudos to Aravind. Unfortunately, we missed the detail, but now I've shown you. Let's go back to Gledura versus Herbeck. Let's bring the board, since it's close to winning, but still not so simple. Knight c3. To stop king b5 after c5 push, so that the king stays passive after c5, so c5 is coming. There is a small chance that we might get two knights versus a pawn versus a pawn. So that would be interesting, since now if this knight would be stopped at a5, with knight a4 it would be winning position, because I think the zone is this. That's why he's surrendering the pawn, trying to sacrifice it, for sacrifice two knights for both pawns, which sound a little bit premature, but he has his agenda. It's not simple at all to sacrifice both knights at the same time for the pawns, and now it seems that he's just losing it. c5 probably can be played even immediately. Won't be so simple. Knight c5. Okay, he wants to be careful. Knight e6. He wants to go c5, as I said, but at the right moment, not to hurry. King b6. In the meantime, Finek versus Ganguly has finished. Very impressive fortress made by Finek. It was not simple to defend it at all. So we might have here 2 wins with the white players. King b7 here. Gledura is very careful. So c6 to push the pawn further or to maneuver a bit more. It's interesting, black will be so happy to give up his 2 knights, so it's 6 units for 2 units, 2 pawns, 2 mere pawns, and he still can't. We can just show you with the camera playing hall that it's empty. I don't know why, but we cannot. Okay. Yeah, you can see that this is our last game. Spectators are still enjoying it, but this is obvious that it's slowly getting over. So, Gledura is still thinking.
So, have you figured out what has happened in the game? Because I have. We had Aravin in the studio, and it seems like something very similar happened in the game of Aravin versus Van Forest as in the Abdusattorov and David Navara. Blunder in both games at the same time.
So c7, finally pushing the pawn. King b7. And you don't want to play knight d8 because then king c7 and sacrificing the other knight on d5. So d6. But this is a fascinating position. 4 knights and 2 passers. Haven't seen this for a while. Yeah, Herbeck is now aware that knight d8 is a threat, since now this c7 pawn is covered. "18 seconds. Is there any way just to prolong the battle?" Knight e8. But now knight d8 just wins. Knight d8 would be a mistake because king c8 and then knight d6. So that's why this is the most precise move. And next move, you promote the queen, either to combine it with d7. We have resignation. Fantastic. Squeezing, I would say, by Gledura. It was so tough. We can bring the board back just to show you this position from which he has managed to get something, I don't know, let's say around here. It looks very tough to convert this, so big kudos. Yeah, very good technique. I can't imagine myself to squeeze this one. Okay, so we can conclude this section as well. I believe that we have results and standings since all the games have finished. Okay, this one was not inputted yet, so we will get it probably very soon. Just to remind you maybe about Masters. Okay, about Masters section. Once again, 2 wins with the black pieces. Unexpected, frankly speaking. Abdusattorov and Arvind, and Hans Niemann winning with the white pieces. And then standings once again prior to the penultimate round, which will start earlier than usual at 11 a.m. So it will be very interesting to see what will happen tomorrow. Will some players recover, and we can go to challengers if we have results inputted there. This is, I think, with Gledura's result included. So Finiak is still leading the field, but Jufa is there to follow him, and who knows what will happen. Finiak having a great tournament, having fantastic tournament, not great, being 5.5 out of 8. That's a huge thing.
And tomorrow he will be facing...
Yeah, facing Bertsen with the black pieces. Jufa is also having black pieces versus Nemets. So of course, okay, Finiak is playing versus sort of stronger opponent. It's unclear what will happen tomorrow. Totally unclear.
It is unclear not only in the challengers but also in the masters. We do have different scenario as usually we had last few rounds. We have new leader going to the round 9 Nodirbek. Abdusattorov will take Hans Niemann with white pieces, and Jordan Van Forest, a player that has been a sole leader for a few rounds in a row, will face Parham Maksodlu with black pieces. Those are the key games in the 9th round.
And yeah, I think we can slowly conclude our day. Once again, to remind you that we will start at 11 p.m. tomorrow, but we can conclude our day with another interview. We have it, I think, ready. It's Hans Niemann. So greetings from Prague. Be with us tomorrow. Last round, super exciting tournament, and I believe that last round will also be on the level.
We have Hans Niemann with us in the studio. He won his game against David Anton. Hans, you play really, really amazing games, starting with the first game, this beautiful knight sacrifice against Gukesh. But however, today in the round 8 was your first victory in this tournament. If you can describe how your tournament is going so far.
Yeah, there's been so many mischances. I mean, it's so ridiculous. I mean, my first round against Gukesh, I had a basically winning position if I just play normal moves. Against Arvind, I mean, I'm winning in one move. That went from a win to a loss. And then against Parham, I'm also just clearly winning. Even against Yakubov, like I had a much better position with black that I at least was lucky to draw. So, I mean, the first... And then against Jordan, I mean, I just play one normal move and I make an easy draw. So in such a top-level tournament, it's rare to just have so many chances. Like, I mean, I didn't capitalize on, like 2.5 points worth of chances, which I mean is just is abhorrent and disappointing. So I'm at least happy to win this game. I think I played very well, but I mean, like what demon possessed me in the first 5 games? Like I don't know. I think it was just I was sleeping badly, and I mean I could not. If you try to start rationalizing those types of blunders, you should just quit chess. I mean,
Did it maybe happened because you had the travel from US and maybe you did not adjust the time, or?
I kept waking up early because like the blinds in the room don't cover all the light, and I like sleeping in a fully blackout room. Like if there's light, I'm gonna wake up. So.
You need this to cover the eyes.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't like that, but maybe I should consider it, because I was waking up and then sleeping badly, and I mean, I guess you can make blunders, but in general, my play was like really was great. I mean, I completely outplayed Gukesh, completely outplayed Arvind, outplayed Parham, was outplaying Yakubov. I mean, I was outplaying these amazing players. And then at the critical moment, just completely collapsing. So. I mean, at least in this game, I'm really happy that I found the move G4.
Shall we take a look at this? So, if you can share your...
Yeah, I mean, this was a nice surprise. He followed the main line. This is kind of the first critical moment. There are a few moves here, but I think this is a novelty. And it looks kind of weird bringing the knight back, but... I want to trade these bishops and perhaps take advantage of the f5 square. So he followed. Yeah, this king f8 is the first. Obviously, it's a natural move, but I mean, it's not the best move. So here I'm sort of playing normally. The main thing is I want to bring this knight to e3. Played queen f6. Played rook f2. Now going for this idea. Knight e7 out of 1. I guess he kind of went for the c6 b5, but. now I get d4, and then if things start to open up, then the king is going to be quite weak. So, I mean, for example, if this shoots after rook d2, and I'm threatening d5, so something like this was a possible position where he's got a terrible structure, weak, f5 square is quite strong. And yeah, he played b4 going for this. I guess it wasn't that bad, but I guess this queen, in this position, I felt like I had to be better. Obviously, these rooks are annoying, and there's always sort of rook b1, and the knight could come to f4, but obviously the issue is just the g1 knight. If I'm able to sort of improve the knight somehow, so I liked this move, knight f2. And then here, yeah, this was a difficult moment. Knight d3 was logical. Yeah, c5, this was, I was really happy with g4 because it's not that natural to I'm kind of opening up my king. It looks kind of scary, but for example, one of the issues was, I couldn't, queen c7 is coming. Like let's say I take, you would take knight d5, and for example, this position or g1, it's a bunch of concrete stuff, but basically you start checking, and then once I go up, the queen comes in and comes up to b2, and I'm not in time to do this because there's checks. So, I spend a lot of time here, and obviously I don't want to play g3 because, the queen comes in. So, g4 was after all the games I choked. I'm surprised that I was capable of finding such a move, but I suppose miracles do happen. Because, for example, this is a concern. But I have multiple moves, but simplest is just here and this. And I guess the issue is that if he takes, then I can take, and then if he takes, I take on g4, and suddenly his king is super weak, and I kind of realized that restricting the queen was the most important, and maybe my rook can be active, so rook b6, this was just a blunder. I think he kind of has to play this. But there were a few options here. Yeah, I think this, and it's not really clear. Everything's coming so quickly. Everything could just collapse in an instant, and he had no time. But yeah, this is just probably clearly lost. There were some. I guess he could play passive rook a8, but I guess this has to be winning, and in this position, I think I should just play. Yeah, this king was actually getting kind of annoying, but the point is if he goes here, the critical point is after check. I have a here, check, and then h3 is the important move. Oh. Because the point is, let's say you play queen d6, check, and now takes, there's mate, so you have to go back, and then check, and then here, and then, everything, pick up all the pawns. So I was slightly concerned, and then I saw that I had h3, and then this was also nice, sacking the pawn, because now the king is sort of being pushed backwards, and then I win everything, and it's game over.
Yeah, well, that was a pretty nice game, and full domination. I wanted to ask this question in the first round, and we expected you to win against Gukesh and to have interview. This beautiful knight d3 sacrifice. Was there some kind of home preparation for you beforehand? You knew this type of. You came up by yourself.
How could I prepare that? Yeah, hard. Obviously the idea is it's a known concept, but it's very rare that it works.
And how happy you were when you saw that you could use it in that game against Gukesh?
After I played knight c5, f4, I started, before he played f4, I sort of, maybe I can take. And then once he played f4, I realized, wait, I can just take, and I'm just much, much better. So, if you look at the streaks of play that I've had during games, there's been amazing play. Yeah. In some, but I haven't been able to finish it off, likely due to fatigue and just unfortunate blunders. So This is probably the worst tournament of my life recently. So that's a good thing if it's only this bad.
Yeah, well, tomorrow is the last round and it starts in the morning, so maybe this is good for you to have a morning round as you're waking up early. Maybe you'll have...
I'm not a fan of the morning round, but I understand that sometimes it's necessary, but I wouldn't, I don't like morning rounds.
And in general, how your day looked like here in Prague, what you were, like besides playing, if you had any engagement, if you went to city to see around?
I've been to the city a few times, but yeah, then I just realized I should conserve energy and stay focused.
And to the fans of yours who are supporting you, and it's a big number, what is your next event so they can follow you?
I think I'll play in this tournament in Honduras. It's like a 960 Bitcoin tournament where the first prize is 1 Bitcoin. It's likely that I'll play there. And then after that, Grenke. And then I'm playing a one-on-one match, which will be 12 games of classical right after Grenke. And I'm also playing the Grand Chess Tour in Warsaw, the Rapid Blitz, so I'm very happy that I was invited. And yeah, that's the schedule for now.
Okay, we'll make sure that you have no light in the room in Warsaw, in Poland. Yeah. Thank you so much to come in the studio. We know that it's not easy to have a bad tournament and to give an interview, but we appreciate that very much. And best of the luck. We'll be following your journey.
Thank you. Thank you.